The World Cup rolls on. There were no draws yesterday. France beat Senegal 3-1. Iraq fell to Norway 4-1. Argentina kept a clean sheet against Algeria 3-0. And Australia defeated Jordan 3-1. Today, Portugal takes on the Democratic Republic of Congo at 1 o'clock. England plays Croatia at 4. Ghana takes on Panama at 7. And Uzbekistan takes on Colombia at 10 o'clock in the late window. Around the NHL, we got a few trades yesterday, and John Tortorella, he'll not be returning as the head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights, they announced yesterday. Looking around the NFL, Saints wide receiver Chris Olave is scheduled to get off of blood thinners on June 29th. Olave had been on blood thinners after a blood clot was discovered in his lung prior to Week 18 of last season. Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey said he strained his left hamstring but expects to be ready for training camp. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens said he will not hold out or hold in at training camp. In the Athletics, Dane Brugler believes the best guess is that a team uses a day 3 pick on Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hey, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Were you watching that game? Because he almost had 4.
I watched it until he got subbed out, and then I turned it off. Thought, all right, done here.
He got the hat trick goal. I went to bed before he got the hat trick goal. I saw him get 2 and then nearly a third.
Yeah.
I went to bed and he got the third.
You know, I actually had gone to bed. The game was on and was in the process of falling asleep. Like, eyes were closed when I heard the I could still hear, though. And the announcer's voice went up, and that was the third goal.
Yeah.
Which was a rocket. Probably the best of the 3, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the first one was pretty great, too.
First one's pretty good. Second one, he's just right place, right time.
Tapping a rebound, reading the play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am reminded of a time where I fired off a spicy take about Messi. Not a bad one.
You did.
Yeah.
Not the one that's making the rounds from yesterday that everybody in the world has picked up on.
Which one's that?
Old Takes Exposed had it. I saw a bunch of the old, the gambling accounts have been all over it as well. Somebody that doesn't even have like a real following tweeted about how Messi is not the same anymore. Like tonight, I really feel like tonight he's not going to score a goal at all. He's doing more harm than good to Argentina, and then he scored a hat trick.
Yeah, he's still pretty good. He has the all-time most goals at a World Cup, and one more, he'll break the tie. He has a tie with Miroslav. Was it Klose?
Klose, yeah.
Klose.
It was from a Ronaldo fan account. I respect Messi's greatness, but I'm fully convinced he's going goalless in this World Cup, and Argentina are getting grouped. He holds them back. Bookmark this and come back when it happens.
Argentina.
That's what got the guy.
My favorite
in trouble.
part is that they're getting grouped.
They're getting grouped.
I love that. We got a word.
Yeah, you're right. We did that not come up in soccer terms yesterday.
No, I think it's just been invented.
Getting grouped.
Are they about to get grouped? No.
Yeah.
That take lasted, 17 minutes of that game before Messi scored? He scored early.
Uh-huh.
No, my take on Messi, however long ago, it's maybe more of a Brady take. That's Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to, whatever, it's June 17th, and we've got stuff to get to, but you want to have a GOAT versus GOAT versus GOAT. Everybody LeBron's and Jordan's everything.
Mm-hmm.
And what I kind of got to was, I know Tom Brady is like the GOAT in the NFL, but when it comes to sheer, if you go with impressiveness, I know that I will not talk about Brady in my 60s, 70s, telling I was a lot. He's not an I was alive to see him guy, the way that Messi was. Last night watching that game's in Kansas City. By the way,
Arrowhead.
primetime game in Arrowhead. What a shocker. Primetime game in Arrowhead. And that was the first time I thought, I'm really disappointed the game we had no games here. Because if Buffalo had games, or if I know Toronto's close by, but you got to go see that dude score a hat trick at the World Cup at Arrowhead Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
That is winning the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
That is an unbelievable experience. We're going to sit here and talk about how I'd like to win tickets to the Masters. Seeing Messi score a hat trick in person in Kansas City is something else. I wanted to say in Kansas. It's actually in Kansas. They're moving to Missouri. Whatever, not important. Middle America sees Messi. I know he's in the MLS now, but still, this is different. And
Very different.
If you're going GOATs versus GOATs, I find Messi to be far more impressive, far more incredible, and far more defying the odds. I was walking in this morning thinking, how am I going to say this? Am I going to say that Tom Brady just stood back there behind a bunch of big dudes and threw it to other guys? I know he's one of the greatest, but
you're going to tear down all quarterbacking all times.
Maybe. But what is Messi doing? He's 39 years old, and he's the one kicking and going around guys.
Right.
He's not just walking back 3 steps and throwing a ball. Mm-hmm. He's doing it all. It's absolutely incredible what he is, what he does. It's beyond words, that guy. He continues to live up to it. He comes to the MLS here comes his senior tour, and what does he do? Score every time he wants to. Which is not that surprising, I suppose.
Yeah, he has 62 goals in 67 games in the MLS.
What's he play? 7 minutes a game?
To be fair, it's not that far off. I mean, Barcelona in 17 years, he had 474 goals in 520 games. It's not like he's that far off the pace.
He's
incredible.
He's the GOAT of GOATs. I mean,
he's the GOAT in the most popular sport in the world.
Yes, he's got that. And Ronaldo Messi debate, was that ever real? I know we all talk about
it was real.
It was?
Well, it was.
Is it just the Ronaldo honks are all the way in on Ronaldo? I know he's great too. And I flew into his airport, no, come on.
He had, I don't know. I was not as big a soccer fan then, but it felt real when I first started liking the sport. He had 311 goals in 292 games at Real. So,
that's pretty good.
Guy scored more than a goal a game in a sport where that really does not happen at the biggest club in the world, or one of them. I think that was probably a real debate at one point in time. It definitely isn't any longer.
No, it's definitely
has not been for at least 4 years. The second Messi won the World Cup, and maybe it was even before that. That's no longer a debate.
Yeah.
But I feel like it was for a long, maybe more than even Jordan LeBron was on a worldwide scale. Here, no. The fact that it transcended to here, though, I think should speak to how much of a debate it was and how much globally he matters is how many individual soccer players matter in the United States on a level where, casual fans will know their name. Not many. Is it a dozen in history?
Maybe.
Pele. I could name 10 guys probably where that would happen. And Messi, it's number one.
Yeah, probably.
It's probably number one.
It's incredible. Totally incredible. Ronaldo plays today, and he is given the treatment of what you mentioned in that tweet, he doesn't have it anymore. He might be better off on the bench. He's going to actively hurt them. When we talked to Nick Mendola earlier this week, that was his take about Portugal. Right. That might be the case with Ronaldo. But Messi, 3 goals. Man, looking like he's 25.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just incredible. And if you're going to go GOATs versus GOATs, this is like apples to oranges, whatever. But, I mean, is that a crazy take from me that Messi is better than Brady? I saw something on Brady yesterday. Do you know Tom Brady's points per game in his first 10 wins in the playoffs?
Ooh, this is going to be good. Is it
he won
18?
He won 3 Super Bowls and went 10-0 in the playoffs, and his team's points per game.
Yeah.
It was 19.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right, different era, I guess, for some of that. Anyway, I don't need to take apart Tom Brady today. He's obviously one of the all-time greats, but I just don't think of him in the way of, you had to see him play, right? There's the accomplishment greats, and then there's the, no, you don't understand. I watched this guy play. Would Wilt have been like this? Watching him play was every bit as much as the statistical dominance. You need to see this guy. You need to be around Babe Ruth. What's really impressive about Babe Ruth? Would I just look at the numbers, or would I have wanted to see him hit a baseball? To me, that's
Tiger Woods.
Tiger
golf ball.
actually hitting a golf ball, actually playing, actually doing the things he did, versus just, oh no, he had the numbers of it. And that's not to call like Tom Brady a compiler, and to watch him be surgical at his best, and watch him in the Atlanta Super Bowl, the comebacks. Like there was a lot of greatness, of course, but you know, you get a chance to go back. If you could watch LeBron, you'd see like, I can't believe what this guy's able to do at 40 years old. And I don't know, for me, Brady, whatever, he's of course in the conversation. Let me think of somebody else that is like this, where I wouldn't think like, oh, you got to see this guy.
Yeah, because what Messi does and what some of those other guys do is you watch them and you see athletic things they're doing that blow your mind. Right. Like Messi moves the ball like you shouldn't feel like it's possible. It sticks to him.
Yeah,
and
he's 5'7".
Right, like LeBron when he plays, like I see athleticism that like just is wow. Versus, I think that is always going to be more impressive to the eye than Brady or somebody else like him, where what does he do well? Understands the sport at a level that's better than his peers.
Yeah, and can throw it everywhere.
That is super impressive, but I can't just turn on the TV and really understand that without,
Yeah.
I need another gear to really understand like why he's doing what he's doing. Messi, I just know why he's doing it. He could dribble around. He's stick handling the ball like he's Connor McDavid.
Yeah, and he's got like
with his feet.
The Gretzky know where the ball goes before it's going to go. Where the puck's going to be.
Yep.
Like reading of the game too. Like there's all that. Like who else here?
I'm sure. Yeah, another version of like what Brady is for that.
I mean, whatever. It's a position.
a lot of quarterbacks over time, right? Like it's that position. Until you start getting the aliens like Allen and Lamar Jackson.
That might be a part of the conversation, is that now when we watch that position, we watch guys that, spin moves and jump over guys and go crazy, and it's just different. So, I don't know. For me, Messi is as good as it gets when you could go back and watch any great at his prime. And for Messi, like to be alive and watching it, right. In 2026, he scored his first World Cup goal 26 years ago.
I thought it was the 20th anniversary.
20 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, I thought yesterday. I think he scored a hat trick on. I thought it was the 20th anniversary. I might be wrong on that, but that makes sense because then he would have been like 19, right?
Yep.
I don't think he was playing at the World Cup when he was 15. Yeah, June 16th, 2006. He scored in his World Cup debut. And then he scored yesterday, which was exactly 20 years later. He scored a hat trick.
Yesterday was a great day for like the sport and its big stars scoring. You had Messi score 3, Erling Haaland scored 2,
and Mbappe scored 2.
Mbappe scored 2. Like those are 3 of the best players in the world. Haaland is, how old is he? I mean, he's never going to be like a Messi level player, but he is incredible to watch too.
Yeah, he's 25.
Okay, he is an absolute terror on the field. And if you did not watch Norway, or you don't really watch the sport, like here's a guy that does whatever he wants in the box and is absolutely a wizard also. And he is like, to me, he's like LeBron. How could somebody that big move that fast? He's Myles Garrett.
Right.
This guy is faster and stronger than everybody and larger all at the same time. Kind of like the anti-Messi, because Messi's 5'7". What's Haaland? 10 foot tall?
He looks like he's straight out of House of the Dragon.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And he scored 2, of course, because that's what he does. So it was a great day. It was a great day for the World Cup.
Messi also ties the record all time for World Cup goals. He will not hold that forever though, because he's at 16, and that's tied for the record. So he'll break it probably. Mbappe scoring twice yesterday is at 14, and he's done that in 15 games.
Yeah.
And he's 27 years old. So he probably gets the record at some point.
You might have a chase between those two to see who goes to the next World Cup as the all-time leader.
Right. By who's leading at the end of this tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. It was great. Watched a lot of that. Watched France, Senegal. It felt like the tournament yesterday was whatever. Not that we had a soft opening early. We had the U.S. game, but France, Senegal is like a really grade A game. Brazil, Morocco might have been that as well.
Yep.
Today, England and Portugal and Croatia.
England versus Croatia in terms of competitiveness.
That's a great game.
Yeah.
Ghana will play today. And then starting tomorrow, you get into teams getting in their second games. So this is the final Group K and Group L getting their first games in. And England, Croatia is a juicy one.
That's I think the best game probably that we've seen yet in terms of like ranking. The two closest,
yeah.
I would imagine. I mean, Croatia made the World Cup final 2 World Cups ago.
Yeah.
And they still got Modric, right? Like, they still got a couple of guys that are still good.
They're very good. Very good.
England, meanwhile, is the next Nick story, isn't it?
Yes.
Like, they are the great team that's been great forever, and they haven't won since what? I don't even know what the year is. Is it 1960? The last time they won?
And they always disappoint at the World Cup.
They always disappoint. And they're kind of in, there really was no group of death because the tournament was too big.
But they're kind of in it.
But they're in the toughest group, Croatia, Ghana, and Panama. So, listen, if anybody that's any of these top teams were to get grouped, I think England would be the most at risk, but I don't think they're really at risk. They're very, very talented. It would be incredible if they didn't make it out of the group.
It's also tough to get grouped when third-place teams are going to get through.
Right.
England made the semifinal back in 2018, and other than that, like they didn't make it out of group in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
You got quarterfinal experiences. So like twice since 1990, they've made the semifinal.
Yeah.
They lost on kicks to West Germany in 1990. They made the final in 1966. They won it. But since then, 2 semifinal appearances and nothing else.
I wonder what it'll feel like when they're that's on. Like, will it be so easy to like, okay, I want to root for that team because that's a good story if they do it. Versus, I remember like they lost a Euro game to Iceland at one of the last Euro tournaments, and it was like the funniest thing that's ever happened. And they all lost their minds. Like, we just lost to Iceland in a tournament, in a major tournament, and got eliminated. So I don't know which one. I'm going to wait till the game's on, and I'll decide.
I know.
Do I want them to win the World Cup? Assuming, the U.S. isn't, playing them at some point.
This is one of the spots where it'll be easy for me to root for England because 2 of my favorite players play for them.
Well, yeah, you got
you got tons of Premier League players. So, I've got Declan
Saka.
Rice. I've got Declan Rice and Bukayo Saka. That's done. Easy. I'll root for them for sure. So, yeah, I'm not rooting against England. Croatia,
I got no feelings in Croatia.
No.
Positively or negatively.
Looks
No,
beautiful.
You know what? Not true. I like their jerseys. I've always liked
they're
their
good.
jerseys.
Yeah, my son has a Croatia jersey, a whole kit.
Who had good jerseys yesterday?
Norway had incredible jerseys.
Norway. It was just the flag.
It's the flag, yeah.
But then the numbers on the back were really good too.
Yep.
Yeah, they did a great job.
So, speaking of that, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Did you see the Norway fans in the airport?
No, I saw them on an escalator.
That's what I'm talking about.
Is that the video?
I thought that was in the airport.
I also saw them in the crowd doing the rowing.
Yeah. It's not every day that you get a new thing that humans have done / discovered, and you think, as sports fans go, it's the smartest and funniest thing you've ever seen. But the Norway fans using the escalator to row up the escalator is one of the best things I've ever seen. Like, the World Cup has brought out a lot of personality, and holy cow, rowing up the escalator. So if you see an up escalator, everyone sits down on a stair, and then they row like you know how rowers work, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm demonstrating to the 10 people watching.
You
on
pull
YouTube.
back.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it looks like a boat of people is going up the escalator.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
That is their chant, I guess. I learned that yesterday. Like, in the crowd, like, that is their
Row?
Yeah, like, who's got the skull chant? Is that's
Iceland?
Iceland?
Yeah.
They row. They all do it in their seats, and they yell. I think they yell row. I think.
All right.
Unless they're yelling something else. That's one of the coolest chants I've ever seen.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
Totally into it. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-552-550. Plenty to get to today. 7 o'clock, we'll talk with Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. 8:30, Mike Catalana of WHAM and Buffalo Plus. Want to talk about the Bills training camp schedule. 7 practices in Rochester total. The number way down from previous years, maybe dwindling to this point. So a quick training camp at St. John Fisher. Camp isn't shorter. The time at Fisher is much, much shorter. They're coming back, then they're just going to be in their own facility, and we'll talk to Mike about what that might mean, the business community in Rochester and how it's all affected, but only 7 practices, tougher and tougher to see them in Rochester. So that's coming up at 8:30. Of course, we'll talk about the team as well. We have a baby buffalo that has been put up at the stadium waiting for the mom and dad. And the baby
got here first.
The universal reaction that I read online from Bills fans seeing the video is like, thank goodness that's the baby because it's not big enough.
Right.
And the baby is big.
Less than half the size, I think, of the big one.
It is big. It's a little scrawny, but that's the concept.
Yeah, but it's a baby.
It's a baby, yeah. So the big ones go in, and we'll see how everyone reacts to those ones. But it was nearly – is that the baby? Tell me that's the baby. Yeah, it is? Okay, yeah. All right, good.
Right, if you drove by today and didn't know the area well, you might just think, oh, there's a statue of a cow in front of the stadium.
It does look a little bit like a cow.
Mm-hmm.
I remain optimistic that the whole thing is going to look perfect.
Yeah, me too.
Perfect. So
I think it looks as advertised.
As advertised, yep. Yeah, I saw a shot from kind of far away. You had shots of the crane lowering it into place.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone paying attention. I saw Pete Gwelly tweeted something along the lines of, don't stop traffic. These are going to be here for a while.
Right.
I know you want to see them today, but they're going to be there for a long time. You'll get your chance. Anyway, I thought the bison in front of the stadium, the baby, good. Does it need a name? Do they all need names?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because
are we naming them?
Right now, we're at a stage in our lives where if you call them the Buffaloes, people will correct you that they are actually bison, but I'm a person that's going to say giant buffaloes, and even though you correct me, I don't care. So
same, right?
I'm going to call them the giant buffaloes. Oh, is that it? No names? No. I
think names. I think names are a good idea.
But the problem is, if there was one,
we
could give that one a name like Stompy or something like that. Stompy, yeah.
That's what you're going with?
I think that's what Homer Simpson named the elephant he got once, was Stompy.
Stompy?
Yeah. Maybe Stompy.
Okay. Oh, Stampy, Stampede, right? Like that's probably better. That would be the big one though, wouldn't it? Because the little one's not stampeding anything yet.
Yeah, he named his elephant Stampy. Or he had made friends with an elephant, he named it Stampy.
Or maybe Stampy would be the child and Stamp would be the big guy.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm into the naming idea though.
They just probably won't get names.
Would you just name them after former players?
Sure.
Cheesy.
Marcel Darius.
I was thinking a little bit more legendary than
Ted Williams. I was just thinking big guys.
The biggest Bills.
The big ones, yeah.
Ted Washington, Marcel Darius,
and Roscoe Parrish.
We went a total opposite right
well,
on
go
for
the
little
baby,
one,
the small one.
Yeah,
and
all right, fair.
And Isaiah McKenzie.
All right,
and Cole Beasley.
Yep.
I don't know, big guys and small guys. So anyway, that's what we got on deck today. We also have Belknap Heating's Hot and Cold from Mr. Joe Cali. He's got some hot and cold topics to get us. Joe DiBiase, Sneaky Joe's World Cup of Joe returns.
Mm-hmm. Ready to go. Got 8 countries today.
Facts
Portugal, Congo, England, Croatia, Ghana, Panama, Colombia, and Uzbekistan.
Ready.
So hopefully you're brushed up on your Uzbekistan history.
Yes. Ready for that.
Do you know the colors of their flag?
Uzbekistan?
Yeah.
There's a light blue in there, isn't there?
Yep.
And black?
Nope.
Light blue, green, and white? Light blue, white, and something.
Light blue, white, green, and then there's red thin bars between the green and the white and the blue and so there's a lot of colors going on.
I knew the light blue. Also, the rumblings on the Bills' next uniforms are starting to grow, and we'll get you some thoughts and maybe the latest rumors on those as well. The gray ones. Mm-hmm. The gray one that's been making the rounds online.
Mm-hmm.
That I think I might have said there's no way this could be it.
I
think it might be it. So we'll keep you updated on that too. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, the World Cup rolls along. Messi's the GOAT, and it's a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday here on WGR. what I kind of got to was I know Tom Brady is like the GOAT in the NFL, but when it comes to sheer, if you go with impressiveness, like I know that I will not talk about Brady in my 60s, 70s, telling I was a lot. He's not an I was alive to see him guy the way that Messi was. Last night watching that game's in Kansas City. By the way,
Arrowhead.
primetime game in Arrowhead. What a shocker. Primetime game in Arrowhead. And
That was
that
ridiculous.
was the first time I thought, I'm really disappointed the game we had no games here. Because if Buffalo had games, or if I know Toronto's close by, but you got to go see that dude score a hat trick at the World Cup at Arrowhead Stadium. That is winning the lottery. That is an unbelievable experience. We're going to sit here and talk about how I'd like to win tickets to the Masters. Seeing Messi score a hat trick in person in Kansas City is something else. I wouldn't say in Kansas. It's actually in Kansas. They're moving to Missouri. Whatever, not important. Middle America sees Messi. I know he's in the MLS now, but still, this is different. And
Very different.
If you're going GOATs versus GOATs, I find Messi to be far more impressive, far more incredible, and far more like defying the odds. I was walking in this morning thinking, how am I going to say this? Am I going to say that Tom Brady just stood back there behind a bunch of big dudes and threw it to other guys? I know he's one of the greatest, but
you're gonna tear down all quarterbacking for all times.
Maybe. But what is Messi doing? He's 39 years old, and he's the one kicking and going around guys.
Right.
He's not just walking back 3 steps and throwing a ball. He's doing it all. It's absolutely incredible what he is, what he does. It's beyond words, that guy. He continues to live up to it. He comes to the MLS like, oh, here comes his senior tour. And what does he do? Score every time he wants to, which is not that surprising, I suppose.
Yeah, he has 62 goals in 67 games in the MLS.
What's he play? Like 7 minutes a game?
To be fair, it's not that far off. I mean, Barcelona in 17 years, he had 474 goals in 520 games. It's not like he's that far off the pace.
He's
of what he was
incredible.
then.
He's the GOAT of goats. I mean,
He's the GOAT in the sport, in the most popular sport in the world.
The World Cup rolls on. There were no draws yesterday. France beat Senegal 3-1. Iraq fell to Norway 4-1. Argentina kept a clean sheet against Algeria 3-0, and Australia defeated Jordan 3-1. Today, Portugal takes on the Democratic Republic of Congo at 1. England plays Croatia at 4. Ghana takes on Panama at 7, and Uzbekistan takes on Colombia at 10. Around the NHL, a few trades yesterday between Toronto and Philadelphia. First, Philadelphia gets goalie Joseph Woll and defenseman Simon Benoit, and Toronto gets goalie Samuel Ersson and defenseman Emile Andre in a third-round pick in this year's draft. And also between the Predators and the Avalanche, Nashville gets forward Ross Colton and goalie prospect Isaac Posh, and Colorado gets goalie Magnus Krona and a 2026 third and a 2027 third. And John Tortorella will not be returning as the head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights after their run to the Stanley Cup Final, the team announced yesterday. Around the NFL, Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey said he strained his left hamstring but expects to be ready for training camp. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens says he will not hold in or out at training camp. And the Athletics' Dane Brugler believes the best guess is that the team uses a day 3 pick on Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft. Saints wide receiver Chris Olave scheduled to get off of blood thinners on June 29th. Olave has been on blood thinners after a blood clot was discovered in his lung prior to Week 18 of last season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I mean, the stadium looks phenomenal. I'm very excited for the Buffalo statue. I see they're putting the little one in. I know eventually they're going to put the bigger one in, but very excited to see it all come together as we get closer to season.
It's going to be amazing. I mean, just looking at that one from a distance, it's beautiful. So looking forward to seeing the larger bison or buffalo, whatever you want to call it. Definitely beautiful.
I didn't know what to expect, and I don't know, surprises, it's just amazing.
Brayton Wilson was out on location interviewing men and women on the street walking by the baby buffalo. The calf is the one of the 3 that's been installed. So it's installing the Buffalo week down at the stadium. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Buffalo are going in. World Cup's rolling on. And hockey trade season is upon us.
Yeah, we're
Two
getting some
trades.
We're getting some little ones in there, right?
Trades are trades.
Yeah.
Do something, Yarmo. Hashtag do something, Yarmo.
With the stick, the guy with the stick poking in.
Let's go. Trades are open.
Wow. I would just like a rumor.
I would like a rumor.
Give me a rumor on anything. Could be it could be that they like Boone Jenner in free agency. It could be that, the Tuck rumors, I guess, have already been around. So we've gotten that. But on something else, something they would be bringing in from the outside would be nice. Would they be any more careful to not have that happen because the Parayko trade got out at the deadline? Yeah,
no.
I hope not. I think that getting out worked for them. I don't know. I feel like people knowing that they were hunting a big idea like that does more good for them than any embarrassment of, oh, we tried and this guy said no to us.
Yeah, I think the embarrassment should be worn off. If that happened...
But I did think about that. Like, maybe there's no rumors because they already had something get out about a trade they made and they don't want that to happen again.
Yeah. I feel like the idea of being embarrassed by that, sure, it doesn't look great, but you won the division. Like, right?
Right.
You're hanging a banner
everything
next
that
year
happened
for the
after was
division.
great.
Yeah. You proved worthy. And... maybe the next player will. Even Parayko softened on the idea that he wouldn't go there. You've mentioned many times that it was his agent that said, "Hold on a minute, maybe don't do it."
Right.
So.
Yeah, he seemed like, all right, I'm in. Like that's what the Athletic piece kind of led you to believe, that like he was into the idea. His agent had him think about it further, and then even now maybe he would say yes to it, or I don't know.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
Well, get a rumor. How about a rumor? I've got, nothing new. The latest on Robert Thomas and Jordan Kyrou.
What's new on Robert Thomas? We're still doing rumors on Robert Thomas because I thought the report a week and a half ago was supposed to be we aren't going to get it anymore.
I don't buy that for a second, of course.
Right.
First off, half the teams the Sabres are talking about dealing with, the Red Wings, the Blues, all these teams have to, one, decide, are we rebuilding? Are we retooling? Are we reloading? And two, what are we going to say we're doing? Because you're not allowed
Right, what are we gonna call
you're not
it?
allowed to say, oh, it's not a rebuild. You can't say it's a rebuild. If you say it's a rebuild, then you're in
Right.
trouble. No. So the Red Wings, the Blues, they have to decide what it is and then make their plans accordingly. For the Sabres, it is what? How would we define it? Buying
load
season?
up.
Yeah, right. It's
Load up.
It's load up, not reload, not but load up. Get what you can.
Oh, there was another like Owen Power maybe could be the guy.
I saw that David Pagnotta, fourth period. If the Sabres lose Alex Tuck and they want to shop for a big winger idea, that Owen Power would be a player that could potentially reel one in.
And that is just, I think, that's not even really reporting that it's like a thought for them. I think that you're seeing a few insiders here and there, national ones, that are talking about that as a concept, and I've got no problem with it because they're not reporting it's happening. And if I were someone that wasn't here and was in Canada or in Minnesota and was looking at the Sabres and trying to figure out like what they might want to do trade-wise, what would I do? I'd look at their depth chart and say, well, they've got 4 amazing defensemen and the GM says he wants to keep Bo Byram. So would they want to trade Power for a number 1 line guy? Like, that would absolutely be a place that I could get to really easily. Doesn't mean it's at all going to happen, and I don't think that it will happen, but I think it would be easy to get to that as a concept if you weren't a Sabres fan or covering the team daily. I think if you're here, you probably don't think that they're considering that at all.
No, I wouldn't think so. I don't rule it totally out, but I think it'd be part of a massive deal.
It would take like a Matthews-level player, wouldn't it?
Sure, because if you're sending Power out, it's as, well, at worst, what, 1-for-1? At worst?
At worst, 1-for-1? What do you mean? Like,
I mean, you're not about to send out. Owen Power is not going to be a piece that goes and you get 3 pieces back.
oh, no.
That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah, right.
Like, it's at
Absolutely.
worst 1-for-1 is the concept.
Correct.
The best player. There you go. What kind of offseason do the Sabres need here? They need a if they're going to make a trade, I'm going to want to see a trade where definitively the best player comes this way.
Yes,
And there's
absolutely.
no debate about that. Just that on its own. Whether that's Robert Thomas, Jordan Kyrou, I mean, it doesn't even have Hellebuck, where, you make a move, Dylan Larkin, and it's, all right, there have been 4 or 5 pieces moved, and the best one goes to Buffalo. Like the trades yesterday, there's a trade between the Leafs and the Flyers, and, these are guys.
Joseph Wall, Sam Erson, guys.
Oh, and you tweeted about Joseph Wall and, like, what he is.
Yeah.
Like the Flyers get him from Toronto.
He had a good year 2 years ago.
Very good year 2 years ago with him and Stolarz sort of platooning it. And I think that's probably what Philly wants out of him, to do that with Vladar, who they're either about to sign or have signed to an extension.
And this would be just like exactly the muddy middle idea.
Yeah, oh yeah. Firmly like, Wall's awesome when he can play, but he doesn't play that much. He's a little Josh Norris-y in that way, where it's like, this guy is clearly very talented and can do the job that you want him to do, but he's not probably going to be around.
Then again, the price to get in that muddy middle is not that expensive. It was just like, for the lay person, 5 guys you've never heard of got traded.
Right. Andre is I like him a lot, but I don't think he's a piece that you're like, that really hurts to give that up. And it's a 3rd-round pick in Simone Benoit, who probably was a bit of a tire fire for them. So I think they kind of, it's fine.
Couple picks.
It's fine.
The Avalanche acquired Ross Colton, which I'd seen, I think Chad DeMinicis of Expected Buffalo. Like, he's on the list of, like, this would be a smart move for whoever can go get Ross Colton, and it's Colorado that did it. So, what are you going to do? Best player. Just a deal where the best player comes this way. If there's a trade this offseason, that's what I'd be hoping for, Yarmo to pull off. And that's kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't made a trade like that in a long time, where it's been definitive, right? Like
even the Peterka trade, the idea is that was 1 for 2,
and at the time,
you won.
Peterka is the best player in the trade.
You won the trade, but a deal where we know
McLeod, would that qualify?
McLeod for Savoy. I don't know if that's sure.
He might have been the best player at the time just because of his age, but there were plenty that would have told you he wasn't the best asset in the trade.
Yeah, which he very well still might be the best asset in the trade.
And before that, I mean, you probably have to go back years.
Yeah,
before you're finding somebody that would. It's a lot of hockey trades, right? Like really, Adams in his tenure, it was hockey trades when he tried to improve the team. It was not the 3 pieces for 1 piece. It was, well, I'm going to trade Middlestad and get Byram. I'm going to trade Cousins and get Norris. I'm going to trade Savoy and get McLeod. Like, it was a lot of 1-for-1s. And I guess you could get that again. But even that, like, that'd be fine. But better for sure would be find me a deal where I'm not giving up the 1-for-1. I'm giving up the 3 pieces for 1. That's the move. Whether and that could be any position, I feel like. Like just some move like that this summer.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. I do have a good stat of the day for you on the U.S. Open, which starts tomorrow at Shinnecock. And saw a clip from Rory talking about how they're going to water the greens in between waves, which does actually make sense that they would do that so it doesn't dry out the whole day. Anyway, at Shinnecock, you want your stat of the day? Here we go, stat of the day. It's brought to you by Jan's Smoke Shop 2 and Gas Smart, where everything about Jan's Smoke Shop is smoking. The U.S. Open this weekend, Father's Day weekend, that's usually the tradition.
Yep.
Justin Ray, who
by the way, I saw just got hired to be the analytics guy on the U.S. Ryder Cup team.
Oh, Justin Ray. Okay.
Jim Furyk hired him.
Writes for The Athletic, Golf.com, Sky Sports.
A lot of good stats.
Yeah. 654 players have teed it up at a U.S. Open at Shinnecock all time. That's 654 players.
Okay.
Finishing the week under par.
Ooh, what's this number going to be? It's going to be 190.
Lower.
It's going to be 125.
Lower.
80.
Lower.
Lower. 50.
Lower.
Come on. 20.
Lower.
2.
3.
Wait, really?
3.
What was my first guess? 190?
Yeah. 3. Three players have finished the week under par at Shinnecock all time at a U.S. Open. 3. You looked up the winners the other day, and only 2 of the winners were under par.
Okay, that makes sense.
Only 3 guys.
Yeah, okay, now if I had thought about that, I would have got closer. But yeah, the last tournament, I think it was... The last one there, I think, was the one that was under par.
2 of the last 3 were under par. But again, it's only 3 guys.
Yeah.
So if you win at -4, the next guy's -2, you're the only 2. 3 players have finished the week under par. So it is a U.S. Open's U.S. Open.
Yeah, Koepka was +1 the last time. Goosen was -4. Mickelson was -2 in 2004. And maybe there was the guy in 3rd place from that same year because the previous time it was even.
There you go.
Raymond Floyd, 86. There you go. Those are your 3. So Tiger never even did it?
No. 3 guys have finished under par at Shinnecock in a week. It's your stat of the day. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550.
So what would the over-under be this week? Like half?
What, if one person
does?
does?
Yeah, will one person do it?
That's a good question. Yeah. We're going to break in Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, get some Bill stuff in on expectations for the offense, and Josh Allen as he enters year 9. It is WGR. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. What I kind of got to was I know Tom Brady is like the GOAT in the NFL, but when it comes to sheer, if you go with impressiveness, like I know that I will not talk about Brady in my 60s, 70s, telling I was alive. Jeremy White here for He's FanDuel not an Sports. I was alive to see him guy, the way that Messi was. Last night watching that game, that game's in Kansas City. By the way,
Arrowhead.
primetime game in Arrowhead. What a shocker. Primetime game in Arrowhead. And
That was
was
ridiculous.
the first time I thought, I'm really disappointed the game we had no games here. Because if Buffalo had games, or if I know Toronto's close by, but you got to go see that dude score a hat trick at the World Cup at Arrowhead Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
That is winning the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
That is an unbelievable experience. We're going to sit here and talk about how I'd like to win tickets to the Masters. Seeing Messi score a hat trick in person in Kansas City is something else. I wouldn't say in Kansas. It's actually in Kansas. They're moving to Missouri. Whatever, not important. Middle America sees Messi. I know he's in the MLS now, but still, this is different. And
Very different.
If you're going goats versus goats, I find Messi to be far more impressive, far more incredible, and far more like defying the odds. I was walking in this morning thinking, how am I going to say this? Am I going to say that Tom Brady just stood back there behind a bunch of big dudes and threw it to other guys? I know he's one of the greatest, but
you're going to tear down all quarterbacking for all times.
Maybe. But what is Messi doing? He's 39 years old, and he's the one kicking and going around guys.
Right.
He's not just walking back 3 steps and throwing a ball.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing it all. It's absolutely incredible what he is, what he does. It's beyond words, that guy. He continues to live up to it. He comes to the MLS like, oh, here comes his senior tour. And what does he do? Score every time he wants to, which is not that surprising, I suppose.
Yeah, he has 62 goals in 67 games in the MLS.
What's he play for, like 7 minutes a game?
To be fair, it's not that far off. I mean, Barcelona in 17 years, he had 474 goals in 520 games. It's not like he's that far off the pace.
He's
of what he was
incredible.
then.
He's the GOAT of goats. I mean,
He's the GOAT in the sport, in the most popular sport in the world.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garflow, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
Give Belknap a ring.
Hey, everybody, Jeremy and Joe, World Cup back to it today. Bills announced their training camp schedule. Things get started. First practice schedule is out, and Wednesday, July 29th, 8:30 a.m. Their practices are earlier in the morning, so there's a small change. Used to be like 10.
It'd be right at 10, right,
10,
right,
10,
right when
15.
we were like ending the show.
Yeah, so practice is now at 8:30, and the actual visual of the calendar kind of struck me because when the training camp schedule used to come out, it'd be, like a 3-week.
Yeah, long time.
And this was like a little 6-pack. Here you go.
Right.
This is it. Much, much smaller. And they come back for the blue and red after August 7th is the final practice. You can enter the training camp public lottery at the Bills website, notified if you want tickets or not, and you must accept your tickets within 72 hours of notification. But the general public lottery for training camp tickets closes on the 26th.
Okay.
So there you go.
On that article that the Bills, like on their website, when they posted the schedule and everything, they also had pictures at the bottom of like all the guys like showing up at minicamp for like their year pictures or whatever. And was looking through some of those, like the guys with new numbers. Greg Rousseau wearing 15 wasn't the one that's going to, I think, be the hardest to get used to.
Yeah.
It's also not Tyler Bass wearing 16. I think Ray Davis wearing 7 is going to take a minute for me.
Wow. Yeah.
Ray Davis wearing 7 is just not quite a running back number in the first place. Well, in my experience.
We've also got the problem where now instead of a player's journey, what number they wear, how about the number 7's journey itself? Who had it before Taron Johnson took it? It went from because Taron Johnson just had 7.
Lossman, of course, if you go back far enough.
Yeah.
But is there anyone between Lossman and Taron Johnson? There might not be.
Did Cardale Jones wear 7 when he was here?
I don't know.
Not tell you what maybe. Yeah, that might be right.
Part of the reason you're going to get kind of twisted up is because, I'm sorry, who wore this number before Ray Davis? Taron Johnson?
Right.
It's switching sides of the ball.
Slot corner?
Right. I'm thinking about 15 for Rousseau. Who wore 15 before? John Brown? Is it John? It's John Brown. Is it also Greg Salas? Like these numbers are
Greg Salas.
Is that right?
Maybe. I don't know. He caught a long touchdown in a game I went to against the Jets.
I feel like he wore 15. But
he wore 17.
17.
No, he wore 11. Maybe he wore both.
All right.
Yeah, I got him wearing both. 17 and 11. 15.
I know
there must be other receivers.
I know it's
for
John
them.
Brown in there, right? John Brown is definitely a 15.
Yep. I got pictures of him right here wearing that.
Who else wore 15?
Not a defensive end, I bet.
Brandon Tate. MVS.
There's
MVS showing up in 15. Kumaro wore 15.
Any quarterbacks?
So now Greg Rousseau is wearing the same number that.
Oh, Chris Hogan is the one I would remember wearing.
Jack Kemp wear 15? These numbers.
Oh, someone wore 15 last year.
Who was it?
Prater.
Matt Prater.
The kicker. It's going from the 41-year-old kicker to the massive young defensive end.
Yeah, and before the kicker, it was most recently
one of the receivers.
I think John Brown is most MVS. Yeah,
MVS.
From MVS to the kicker to Rousseau.
Right.
Is now the arc for the number 15.
Whereas 7 has now gone from a quarterback, Lossman, to a nickel corner, Johnson, now to a running back in Ray Davis.
There had to be somebody between Lossman. Yeah, I'll get it.
Joe was right. Cardale Jones did wear 7.
Okay, he did. Also wearing 7 was Davis Webb.
Okay.
Flutie, of course.
Yep.
But there was a big gap.
But it's more of a quarterback number throughout
really
their history.
Is.
Yeah.
Nobody had worn it since Davis Webb. 7 was just vacant, and then Taron Johnson jumps in on it. I guess how long had Taron Johnson worn number 7? Maybe for a couple of years?
Well, he wasn't wearing it when he had the pick 6 against Baltimore because they hadn't done the number rules yet.
Right.
He's wearing 24 when he picks Lamar off.
He might have worn 7 for more years than I realized, and I just never really got used to it. Anyway. All right, Rousseau and 15.
If he were to go up on any sort of wall of fame, what number do they put up? Both?
That's a great question.
He wore 24 from 2018 to 21, and he wore 7 from 2022 to 2025.
Right. Taron Johnson wore 7
right
for 3 years?
Yeah.
It feels like it was 1 year at the end.
Man. If he were to go on the wall, what's the number? Do you put both up?
24/7.
24/7?
Yeah. Although that's Chris Hogan's number. Right?
I kind of like that. 24/7. Yeah.
803-0550. Portugal and the Congo today at noon. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, joins us on the other side. Get some Bills chatter in here ahead of the next day of the World Cup. And Mike Catalana, WHAM on the Bills and Rochester, and a dwindling number of practices at Rochester, it would seem. He'll join us at 8:30. Much more along the way here on WGR. Best player. Just a deal where the best player comes this way. If there's a trade this offseason, that's what I'd be hoping for, Yarmo to pull off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't made a trade like that in a long time, where it's been definitive, right? Like
even the Peterka trade, the idea is that was 1 for 2,
and at the time, Peterka is the best player in the trade.
You won the trade, but a deal where we know
McLeod would that qualify?
McLeod for Savoy? I don't know if that's sure.
He might have been the best player at the time just because of his age, but there were plenty that would have told you he wasn't the best asset in the trade.
Yeah, which he very well still might be the best asset in the trade.
And before that, I mean, you probably have to go back years.
Yeah,
before you're finding somebody that would. It's a lot of hockey trades, right? Like really, Adams in his tenure, it was hockey trades. When he tried to improve the team. It was not the 3 pieces for 1 piece. It was, I'm going to trade Middlestad and get Byram. I'm going to trade Cousins and get Norris. I'm going to trade Savoy and get McLeod. Like, it was a lot of 1-for-1s. And I guess you could get that again. But even that, that'd be fine. But better for sure would be find me a deal where I'm not giving up the 1-for-1. I'm giving up the 3 pieces for 1. That's the move. Whether that could be any position, I feel like just some move like that this summer.
What I kind of got to was, I know Tom Brady is like the GOAT in the NFL, but when it comes to sheer, if you go with impressiveness, I know that I will not talk about Brady in my 60s, 70s, telling I was a lot. He's not an I was alive to see him guy, the way that Messi was. Last night watching that game's in Kansas City. By the way,
Arrowhead.
Primetime game in Arrowhead. What a shocker. Primetime game in Arrowhead. And that was the first time I thought, I'm really disappointed the game we had no games here, because if Buffalo had games, or if I know Toronto's close by, but you got to go see that dude score a hat trick at the World Cup at Arrowhead Stadium. That is winning the lottery. That is an unbelievable experience. We're going to sit here and talk about how I'd like to win tickets to the Masters. Seeing Messi score a hat trick in person in Kansas City is something else. I wanted to say in Kansas. It's actually in Kansas. They're moving to Missouri. Whatever, not important. Middle America sees Messi. I know he's in the MLS now, but still, this is different. And
Very different.
If you're going GOATs versus GOATs, I find Messi to be far more impressive, far more incredible, and far more defying the odds. I was walking in this morning thinking, how am I going to say this? Am I going to say that Tom Brady just stood back there behind a bunch of big dudes and threw it to other guys? I know he's one of the greatest, but
you're going to tear down all quarterbacking for all times.
Maybe. But what is Messi doing? He's 39 years old, and he's the one kicking and going around guys.
Right.
He's not just walking back 3 steps and throwing a ball. He's doing it all. It's absolutely incredible what he is, what he does. It's beyond words, that guy. He continues to live up to it. He comes to the MLS here comes his senior tour, and what does he do? Score every time he wants to, which is not that surprising, I suppose.
Yeah, he has 62 goals in 67 games in the MLS.
What's he play? 7 minutes a game?
To be fair, it's not that far off. I mean, Barcelona in 17 years, he had 474 goals in 520 games. It's not like he's that far off the pace.
He's
what he was then.
He's the GOAT of
to Norway 4-1. Argentina kept a clean sheet against Algeria 3-0, and Australia defeated Jordan 3-1. Today, Portugal takes on the Democratic Republic of Congo at 1 o'clock. England plays Croatia at 4. Ghana takes on Panama at 7, and Uzbekistan takes on Colombia at 10. Around the NHL, few trades yesterday. First, between Toronto and Philadelphia. Philadelphia gets goalie Joseph Woll and defenseman Simon Benoit. And Toronto gets goalie Samuel Ersson, defenseman Emile Andre, and a third-round pick in this year's draft. And between the Predators and Avalanche, Nashville gets forward Ross Colton and goalie prospect Isaac Posh. And Colorado gets goalie Magnus Krona, a 2026 third and a 2027 third. And John Tortorella will not be returning as the head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights after their run to the Stanley Cup final, the team announced yesterday. Looking around the NFL, Saints wide receiver Chris Olave scheduled to get off of blood thinners on June 29th. Olave's been on the blood thinners after a blood clot was discovered in his lung prior to Week 18 of last season. Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey said he strained his left hamstring but expects to be ready for training camp. The Athletics' Dane Brugler believes the best guess is that a team uses a day 3 pick on Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft. And Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens said he will not hold out or in at training camp. The 2026 11-day Power Play Community Shift starts today with the opening ceremonies at Harbor Center tonight at 6 p.m. Over 2,800 skaters playing one continuous hockey game for 11 days, raising over $1 million for cancer research. Donate to your favorite team or player today at 11daypowerplay.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
You just don't know when the team is, whatever their record could be in the middle of the season, scrutiny is getting louder. How does a head coach in that position, how do they react the course of a game? A minute left, it's 4th and 3, you're at midfield. They've got to make that decision in the snap of a finger. You can talk about it, you can think about it, and in all these head coach interviews, they simulated. They had a pretty good sense that Joe Brady could react the right way in those situations. You don't know until you see it.
Tyler Dunn on with Mike Shope earlier this week. Tyler had a sit-down with Josh Allen. Matt Perino sat down with Joe Brady, getting a little bit of the Bills', thoughts on how things have gone for their offseason. A tumultuous one? I don't know. The beginning of it was very tumultuous. Fired the head coach and, made a big trade, and here we are with 6 weeks till the start of training camp. It'll be July 29th and a short version of training camp. Going to talk some Bills football here with Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, who joins us on the Western Hotline. Joe, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy.
Joe, you're down there in Carolina. Are you hanging up to go to the parade? When is the parade? I know you must have plans for the Hurricanes Cup parade.
Yeah, I don't know when it is. It's 2.5 hours north of me in Raleigh, presumably. Little known fact: the Hurricanes don't play in Charlotte.
Yeah.
But I've seen a few T-shirts around town, a couple of hats. I was at a swim meet last night with my daughter, and you saw some representation on the pool deck. So, there's a little bit of sense of pride here for the win.
Saturday, 11 a.m. If you want to put it in your calendar, make sure you get there and report back. I'm fully ready for Sabres fans. I'm self-reporting to see the attendance not be that impressive and get mad about it. But we'll see. Maybe they get a lot of people out there for that parade.
It's also going to get compared to the Knicks attendance, probably, right?
That also could be true, right? But Saturday, 11 a.m. in downtown Raleigh. All right, Joe. So 6 weeks till the start of training camp. We got 2 months till the start of the preseason. We're less than 2 months away from when we get inside Highmark Stadium for the first game against the Carolina Panthers. As you look back at the offseason, Joe, I guess I want to ask how we got to where we are now and whether or not this offseason, with the coaching change, of course, but if you could put Joe Brady aside, how would you rank it in terms of the amount of upheaval there is on this team, given the draft, the players that have left, and how different they're attempting to be? I know the coach is central to that, but how different you expect the 2026 Bills to actually look?
I think there's going to be a different look and feel to this team. I think they're going to embrace different paths to win football games. I think that's probably where I think we will feel it the most, where the last couple of years under Sean McDermott, the team came out very kind of run aggressive, one of the highest run rates in the entire NFL over the last couple of seasons. And I think that was in large to overcome what they were lacking in the passing game in terms of weapons, and then some of the shortcomings of the defense, where starting in 2023, there was just a lot of transition with Buffalo's defense, starting with Leslie Frazier, and that being his last season in 2022. Sean McDermott takes over as the play caller. But, through that transition, you had coaching turnover, whether it was Leslie Frazier or losing, key pieces like a Eric Washington or a John Butler along the way, but also some of those core foundational players of your defense starting to kind of age out and expire, the safety tandem, Milano, even Tre'Davious White, Taron Johnson, some regression. And so you're trying to reinvent how you play defense. And I think so much of that produced a lot of limitations to what they could be. And they leaned on this run game to kind of control the clock and hide their defense a little bit and hide what they were missing in the passing game. And so I think as this defense now has a completely different scheme with Jim Leonard taking over, and I think stylistically they're going to be really different in terms of five-man fronts and blitz heavy and lots of man coverage, which is pretty much the opposite of Sean McDermott. Then an offense that now doesn't have any Sean McDermott influence, and thinking about Joe Brady and Pete Carmichael and Sean Payton disciples that they are, and thinking about Sean Payton as a very pass-aggressive coach that he's been either a head coach or a offensive coordinator for 21 years in the NFL. In 11 of those seasons, he was top 5 in pass attempts. So I think they're going to pass more. I think they're going to be more aggressive on defense. And I think it's going to have a different look and feel, and I think they're going to try to win games differently than they did under Sean McDermott over the last several years.
Yeah, wouldn't the DJ Moore trade tell you that in some way, too? Beyond Joe, even, I guess, how good you might think the player is, but what the Bills would want from their offense, giving him, giving the Bears a pick and a contract like that. I think it should probably say something about what they want to be, even if we're not sure how good he'll actually be for them.
No question, Joe. And like, set your personal opinions of DJ Moore aside. Doesn't matter. They made a huge investment. This is a second-round pick and the second largest average annual salary on the books under Brandon Beane during his resume, only behind Josh Allen. They took on a 4-year, $110 million contract for DJ Moore. There's a lot invested here, and I think the Bills offensively have been a team that looks to validate their investments. I mean, they trade for Stephon Diggs, and the dude had 150 targets every year and led the NFL in receiving one year. And they paid James Cook, and James Cook has 350 touches, a major skyrocket compared to the previous years of his career. And now they've done this with DJ Moore. I think if you kind of follow that pattern, there's going to be a lot of volume his way, and he's going to be asked to be a catalyst for this offense. And there's a lot of pressure for that to come together. And I certainly think there's going to be a lot of opportunity, because I do expect this team to throw the ball more. Now, I'm not going to say that they're going to be like those Colts offenses under Peyton Manning. That's not what I'm insinuating. I think the Bills should continue to run the ball at a high clip, but maybe not top 2 in run rate, maybe somewhere 7, 8, 9. I think that's a more healthy spot with Josh Allen as your quarterback. I think you should run the offense more through his arm and his playmaking ability. And so I'm hopeful for that, and I think there's reason to believe that will happen.
Right. You feel like the word balance came up how many times during McDermott's tenure for what they might want to be on offense? And it feels like, Joe, they actually got to, around 50-50 maybe is what their pass rate was at certain times. But by the league standard, that's not actually balanced, because you don't find yourself really in the middle of the pack in the league when you're around 50-50. Yeah.
And I think in defense of Sean McDermott, I think his comments on balance has always been, we don't mean a 50-50 split. It's about the threat of being two-dimensional. And I think that is true, but that also skewed heavily towards a high percentage of the plays being runs. And even the last couple of years, the blowout wins that we saw kind of earlier in McDermott's run in 2020 through 2022, they would, win games by a lot of points, and so you would inevitably just be trying to get rid of the game in the fourth quarter. That really wasn't the case the last couple of years. These were much more tighter games that were competitive throughout, and it's not like your run rate's skewing because of that. It was part of their identity. And to the Bills' credit, it's been a good offense, right? They score a lot of points every year. They were, I think, 6th in scoring last year. They were even higher the year before. The 2024 offense was the highest scoring offense the Bills ever put on the field. So, they've scored, but I think the way that they score, the way that they move the ball, the upside of the offense has much more of a dynamic feel when it's more about throwing and running through Josh. And I think that starts to crank back up this season, and especially with what they invested in DJ Moore.
We had a stat yesterday, Joe, that of all the teams in the NFL, their average yards gained on their first drive, the Bills were number 1, 54 yards averaged on their first drive, which would indicate, I think, obviously, good offense, good quarterback, good play caller. Do you feel like, as you kind of lay out there, that McDermott, of course, how he thought they should win games, at the end of the season, is there a road to Joe Brady getting credit as being one of the best play callers in the sport? I mean, I sometimes think it's tough to get that when your quarterback is Josh Allen, but Brady himself could go through some growth, or I guess feel like, I want to use the word artistry, right? If he likes the jet sweeps and the trick plays and the hook and ladders, they use those in desperation, and there were a couple times they backfired, and McDermott would kind of, put his foot down about it being cute. I just wonder if, now that Brady is at the top of the food chain, if he might feel a little bit more artistic freedom in that spot.
I think that's certainly a path that could unfold here, and I'd expect that to be the case. And Joe Brady, it's his chance. This is his shot to be an NFL head coach, and what an opportunity. He's got Josh Allen in his prime as his quarterback, and so I would hope that Joe Brady feels empowered and has creative ideas that he wants to implement as part of his legacy and his resume, right? That this is his chance to do it, and expectations are high, and that's kind of the fascinating dynamic of Joe Brady taking this job. He's a rookie head coach, and those situations are not all equal. I mean, Jeff Hafley and Clint Kubiak are both rookie head coaches with the Raiders and Dolphins. Nobody expects anything from those teams. They go out and win 5 games this year. That's what they're supposed to do. The Bills have to go be one of the best teams in the league, go on a deep playoff run, challenge for the East, challenge for the AFC. And, Joe Brady, if I'm going to have that opportunity, I'm going to want to do it my way. And I'm excited to learn what that means for Joe Brady, because, I mean, even at LSU, there was he was the co-offensive coordinator, and in Carolina, kind of a limited offensive personnel and Matt Rule and, whatever influence he had. And he gets to Buffalo, and, it feels like maybe Sean McDermott had, his hand on that quite a bit. This is his chance to see what it looks like, and being fully aware of the range of outcomes could be all over the place.
Speaking of range of outcomes, sorry, Joe. Yeah, as we get to the defense, Joe, you laid out how it'll be different. Should Bills fans prepare themselves potentially for more variance from the defense? Because I mean, play to play, and I mean, see over the course of the season, could they be number 4 or number 17? You feel like there's more outcomes in what the defense could be this year?
For sure. I think, number one, there's going to be a risk-reward element to how they play. There's going to be man coverage. There's going to be 5-man fronts. There's going to be blitzing. And that's going to create negative plays and pressure. But it's also going to leave you susceptible to giving up some big plays. And that's literally the definition of what Sean McDermott's defense wanted to eliminate, was the big play, right? There's good data out there that tells you if you give up an explosive play, which is 20 yards or more, the scoring likelihood expectation quadruples, right? And that's pretty obvious. If 20 yards, it's a 100-yard field. I mean, you're making the field disappear. The closer you get to the goal line, the easier it is to score, right? But I think this defense is going to be willing to live on the edge a little bit more. And not only stylistically does it invite some more variance, but it is a new coordinator. There's a lot of players stepping into bigger roles, a lot of players that haven't played together. So I think there's going to be a settling out process. I wonder about the ultimate ceiling of the defense this year. I think Jim Leonard has, even with his own messaging, tried to maybe even like under promise to set up to over deliver, but definitely a mindfulness of, hey, we need to be realistic about our expectations of what we have and what I want to do and what the vision is. So, we'll see how it all comes together in year one, but I think it won't be as much death by a million paper cuts. It might just be one big shred. But throughout that, I hope you get a lot of big negative plays and put them in some tough spots as well.
Joe, how high do you think Cole Bishop could go this year? Like, are we talking about him being – is it possible to you him being talked about as one of the best safeties in football by the end of the year? And would this defense help him to do that?
Yeah, I think he's a player that everyone should be excited about. Young, good size, good athleticism. And in a defense that I think is going to position him to make plays. Whenever I think about players and ceiling, I always think about their physical upside, right? I think there's a certain level of size and athleticism required to be a truly high impactful, dynamic player. And Cole Bishop checks those boxes, and that's important. And I think the year 1 to year 2 growth gives us a lot of hope for where he can go. And, he's a guy that seems like he's putting in the work. He's been around. I know he's obviously going through the knee scope, but he's planning on being in Buffalo, and it feels like it's important to him. I wish he was getting reps throughout the spring that just went down, but he's got a high ceiling. It's year 3 for him, extension eligible after the season. Like, all of the ingredients are here for this to be a big season for Cole Bishop. I mean, made those big splash plays last season, got better throughout the course of the year. And, he's definitely a player that I have a lot of hope for this season. He definitely could be one of those big-time breakout players that, like you said, could be in that conversation as one of the better safeties in the league by the end of 2026.
Joe Marino on the West Star Hotline. Joe, before we go, I know we're getting into like ranking season. The NFL will have its top 100. I know Locked On does a top 100 players. And for your thoughts on that, like one thing I think a lot of Bills fans, I'll speak for myself, have hoped to find in these off seasons is another player that rates around the league near the top, right? Finding real, true blue chip difference makers. How many players do you expect the Bills to get in the top 100 this year? And who do you think has the best chance to be a newcomer to that list for the first time? Maybe not like a DJ Moore gets back on it if he has a big year, but a first timer that you think could have the kind of year where they land with that kind of notoriety.
Well, I think the challenging thing about the lists that are coming is it's all going to be reflective of the season that just happened, right? So when I think about all these top 100 lists that are inevitably going to come, Josh will be high. He should be 1 or 2. James Cook will be on all of the top 100 lists. I think Christian Benford will be on the top 100 lists. Deion Dawkins has got a shot. I'm not sure that that's warranted based on last season, but there's a lot of reputation there that I think will get people to put him on there. So I think that's probably the most you'll see is 4. Maybe an outside shot at a Spencer Brown or a Connor McGovern, but I think it's probably 3, maybe 4, and an outside shot at 5. But it's not a huge number, and I'm curious to see like how high is the James Cook? I know he led the league in rushing. Is he viewed as one of the elite players in the NFL? I think everyone would argue that he's a star. That's pretty understandable. But is there? I know the production's really good, but do people think of Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs as kind of the class of the league when it comes to the true talent at running back? So at the end of the season, I think Cole Bishop's a name that could be there. I think Ed Oliver is a name. In this defense, if he can stay healthy, I think the playmaking is going to be there. DJ Moore, certainly, I think he can put up big numbers. Bradley Chubb has been a guy that's been on these types of lists before. I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, C.J. Gardner-Johnson could have a big year. So, I think there's candidates, but, there's been candidates. And here we are talking about the list right now. And, if we're being honest, it probably should be 3, maybe 4 players.
Yeah, Chubb was number 62 in 2024. It's not even that long ago. that he was on that list, and then
Yeah.
he was at,
on the
at one
locked
point
on list, he was like 98 last year, and I didn't
Right.
agree with that, but he was, so.
Right.
Thanks, Joe. Enjoy the parade.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Joe Marino.
Clear my calendar for Saturday.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. Find it where you find your podcasts.
DJ Moore never has made the NFL Top 100 list. Interestingly,
I noticed that. I thought he would be there.
yeah. He had. I mean, that I would have thought maybe that year in Chicago, he had almost 1,400 yards and 8 touchdowns, like that.
Yeah,
he probably came close. I'm sure he got votes, and that was on the. I don't know about the locked on list. That was on the players list.
I wonder if he'd be the best receiver to never appear on that list. Because he's good. People think he's good.
He's been good for
a long time. He's
Yeah.
been productive. And to never make that list is kind of a little bit surprising.
Mm-hmm. Again, though, he probably, especially that year, I'm sure he got votes from people and just barely missed.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. We've got the World Cup of Joe coming up.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to learn fun facts about all these countries that are playing today.
Mm-hmm.
Portugal and Congo. That's the first one.
You got some pressure to get the Portugal one, right? You were just there.
I was.
So you should therefore know everything about them, even though you weren't even on the mainland.
I was going to say, does it sound wrong to say I was there?
No.
Okay. Because if you if you traveled to Hawaii, you went to the U.S., but you didn't go to mainland the U.S. If you're
okay,
because that's what we did. We went to Madeira, which is not, as you picture it, or as I picture it, Portugal. It is where Ronaldo's from, so he's playing for Portugal. It's definitely Portugal.
Is it right off the coast?
No.
No?
No.
That doesn't help.
It's far. If you go to Puerto Rico, have you been to the States? It's a territory,
Well, I mean, technically no, because it's not the States.
But it's U.S.
soil.
soil.
Hawaii feels closer to,
Okay. It's like U.S. soil. It's.
Oh, yeah, Madeira is way far away from Portugal.
Way far away. Out in the ocean, closer to Morocco than it is to Portugal.
You've been to Portugal.
Okay. I mean, my passport stamp says Portugal, so.
The same way, right? If someone from Europe had, like, if I asked them, you ever been to the U.S., and they said, I've been to Hawaii, yeah, that counts.
You've been to the U.S.
But are they saying I've been to the U.S.? They're saying I've been to Hawaii.
It's a great question.
If somebody from Portugal asks you, have you ever been? I'm like, yeah, but Madeira. Like, you would say Madeira before you would probably say I've been to Portugal.
Fair.
I'm guessing.
Joe Kelly, I have to ask you a favor to get a sound for me real quickly. Could you get the sound of a red-tailed hawk screeching? The most exciting thing that happened to me yesterday.
A red-tailed hawk?
Yeah. The most exciting thing that happened yesterday.
You saw a red-tailed hawk?
Yes. Not only did I see it, I heard it. First, I heard it like 5 or 6 times. You know the sound of a red-tailed hawk. Do you know how you know it? Because if you
believe so.
If you ever watched a television show or they're used in movies to like be eagle screeches, but it's actually a red-tailed hawk screech.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever watch it feels like you're in a Western. You hear this sound, and the picture on the television screen is a desert with a cactus, and then you hear, all right, here, this is it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yesterday,
yeah, I've heard that in my backswing before.
I'm just in the house, windows are open. It's kind of nice out yesterday, and I hear that a few times, like, man, that guy, there's a guy out there. I go outside, and sure enough, there's a hawk circling around, and this dude came close, and he was hunting for 20 minutes, and all of the birds in the neighborhood were on alert.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone was scattering.
I saw him or her, whatever, get chased out by another bird. Like, that'll happen sometimes.
Yeah.
You can flat out just see bird warfare from time to time.
Bird warfare.
Bird warfare. It's what it was.
In the air?
Yes. Yes. I got a picture. I was, they say this happens to you, Joe. You get old and you start really caring about birds. And here I am. And like, I heard that noise. I ran outside.
Were you rooting for the hawk?
I mean, why? I wouldn't quite say that. I don't know. Why would I not root for the hawk? Everybody deserves to eat.
True. It comes at a price Of course.
Yeah, circle of life.
Yeah.
But yeah, big
Red-tailed hawk.
It's always cool to see a hawk, is it not?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's always cool.
Yeah, that's right. Because if I hear any other bird, I'm not looking up in the sky.
Yeah.
If I hear a hawk,
You hear that.
I'm immediately looking up.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I hear a plane, I'm not even looking up. But a hawk, I'm looking up.
Yeah. 803-0550
Hawks are cool.
to join us. I got a picture of him. I'll show the chat, the feed. There he is.
It's a pretty good picture.
Yeah.
That is a big hawk.
He was right above our backyard, and I was not quite scared, but we don't have any like small pets. If you have a small dog, get it in the house. This dude was big.
How small a dog needs to be? Do you need to be worried?
10 pounds? I don't know.
All right.
That's just a guess. I don't know. I've never had a 10-pound dog. But
yeah, I mean, hawks are, I guess, bigger than you think because you usually
they're
see
way
them
up there.
You usually see them from
this
distance.
guy was big.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard that screech 15, 20 times over the course of an hour or so. It was cool. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. The World Cup of Joe, Belknap, hot and cold. Do you want to do World Cup of Joe next?
We can do it next.
All right, learn about these countries. Test your...
See if you guys do better than you did yesterday.
It was a rough day yesterday. We did not do well yesterday. Today we're bouncing back. I've got faith. Mike Catalana, 8:30 on the Rochester camp schedule and some Bills stuff as well. Bills matters. We'll get you some juicy rumors if we can find some. I'll spend some time looking for some. We are hungry for a good Sabres rumor. There were 2 trades in the NHL yesterday. One, Ross Colton got sent from Colorado to Nashville, and then a Flyers and Leafs trade. So the season is upon us, and the draft is in 8 days. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
For more comfort,
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
What I kind of got to was, I know Tom Brady is like the GOAT in the NFL, but when it comes to sheer, if you go with impressiveness, like I know that I will not talk about Brady in my 60s, 70s, telling I was a lot. He's not an I was alive to see him guy, the way that Messi was. Last night watching that game's in Kansas City. By the way,
Arrowhead.
Primetime game in Arrowhead. What a shocker. Primetime game in Arrowhead. And that was the first time I thought, I'm really disappointed the game. We had no games here. Because if Buffalo had games, or if, I know Toronto's close by, but you got to go see that dude score a hat trick at the World Cup at Arrowhead Stadium, that is winning the lottery. That is an unbelievable experience. We're going to sit here and talk about how I'd like to win tickets to the Masters. Seeing Messi score a hat trick in person in Kansas City is something else. I wanted to say in Kansas. It's actually in Kansas. They're moving to Missouri. Whatever, not important. Middle America sees Messi. I know he's in the MLS now, but still, this is different. And
Very different.
If you're going GOATs versus GOATs, I find Messi to be far more impressive, far more incredible, and far more like defying the odds. I was walking in this morning thinking, how am I going to say this? Am I going to say that Tom Brady just stood back there behind a bunch of big dudes and threw it to other guys? I know he's one of the greatest, but
you're going to tear down all quarterbacking for all times.
Maybe. But what is Messi doing? He's 39 years old, and he's the one kicking and going around guys.
Right.
He's not just walking back 3 steps and throwing a ball. He's doing it all. It's absolutely incredible what he is, what he does. It's beyond words, that guy. He continues to live up to it. He comes to the MLS like, oh, here comes his senior tour. And what does he do? Score every time he wants to. which is not that surprising, I suppose.
Yeah, he has 62 goals in 67 games in the MLS.
What's he play? Like 7 minutes a game?
To be fair, it's not that far off. I mean, Barcelona in 17 years, he had 474 goals in 520 games. It's not like he's that far off the pace.
He's
of what he was
incredible.
then.
He's the GOAT of goats. I mean,
He's the GOAT in the sport, in the most popular sport in the world.
The World Cup rolls on. There were no draws yesterday. France beat Senegal 3-1. Iraq fell to Norway 4-1. Argentina, they kept a clean sheet against Algeria 3-0. And Austria defeated Jordan 3-1. Today, Portugal takes on the Democratic Republic of Congo at 1. England plays Croatia at 4. Ghana takes on Panama at 7. And Uzbekistan takes on Colombia at 10. Looking around the NHL, a few trades yesterday. One between Toronto and Philadelphia. Philadelphia gets goalie Joseph Woll and defenseman Simon Benoit. And Toronto gets goalie Samuel Ersson, defenseman Emile Andre, and a third-round pick in this year's draft. And also between the Predators and Avalanche, Nashville gets forward Ross Colton and goalie prospect Isaac Posh. And Colorado gets goalie Magnus Krona and a 2026 third and a 2027 third. John Tortorella will not be returning as head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights after their run to the Stanley Cup Final, the team announced yesterday. And around the NFL, Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens says he will not hold out or hold in at training camp. The Athletics' Dayton Brugler believes the best guess is that a team uses a day 3 pick on Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft, and Saints wide receiver Chris Olave is scheduled to get off of blood thinners on June 29th. Olave has been on blood thinners after a blood clot was discovered in his lung prior to Week 18 of last season. Make sure to catch Chopin Bulldog today in the 4 o'clock hour for Beef on Weck Wednesdays, brought to you by Connor's Restaurant, 3465 Seneca Street. It's your chance to win a $50 gift card to Connor's, where every Wednesday, score 4 Connor's Beef on Weck meals for just $55 or 1 for $15, because Connor's is better. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
As another one out of nowhere, 3-1.
France beats Senegal. One of the juiciest things to happen in that game was U.S. analyst Landon Donovan called France arrogant. Analyst Thierry Henry, Frenchman, took exception to that. And then Alexi Lawless made comments, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who is on the panel, basically called him a fool. Like, we've made it a week in
and
to
they're
this
already
tournament,
done.
And Henry and Ibrahimovic are like, these guys are fools. Like, these guys are idiots. So, good times. It's time for everyone's favorite game, the World Cup of Joe. Sneaky Joe has taken it upon himself. Fun facts about the 8 teams that play today, and we are tasked with matching the team to, or what are the country to the fun fact. So today, who do we have?
We have Portugal and Congo playing at 1.
Okay.
England and Croatia at 4. Ghana and Panama at 7. And then Uzbekistan and Colombia at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So those are your 8 countries.
All right. And our 8 facts?
All right. Your 8 facts. Number 1 fact. First country to build a Coca-Cola plant outside the U.S. Has a city that was used as King's Landing in Game of Thrones.
I already know that one.
You know that one?
Done. Yep.
All right.
Isn't that Dubrovnik? That's
the name of the city.
That's Croatia.
All right, Croatia.
100%.
He's in before you even made it
Croatia.
to our third.
Bang.
Love
Love
I
that.
told you we're getting off to a better start today.
Way better.
One of 2 double landlocked countries in the world. Home to the most species of birds in the world.
Ooh.
Speaking of birds.
Yeah, we're into birds these days.
Oh,
I also know the double landlock. We're going to get 2 on the board right away.
Longest Wait, I skipped one. Most of the uranium used by the U.S. in World War II came from this country.
That one's going to be a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
This country buries their people in fantasy coffins shaped like the person's passion.
Oh.
They're really cool. They're really cool
That's-
looking.
All right, ready?
That's cool.
We have to look at the pictures.
We
of
also
this.
have to declare what our coffin would be.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Would Joe's be General
And
Grievous
then
shaped?
it might be longest continuously occupied castle in the world.
Whoa. I mean,
Okay.
And then the largest waves in the world.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Largest waves in the world is Portugal.
Yep.
There is a very famous place where you can because I actually, when we were there at Madeira, I looked into, could I take a day trip to that place and watch those giant waves? That is definitely Portugal.
Yeah, Nazaré.
Yeah.
I know that
There's an underwater canyon that
Yes.
helps create that.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes, that's right.
That's awesome.
I've read about that too. The birds is Colombia. I know that.
You know that's
I
Colombia.
know that
Well,
that's
you're
Colombia.
correct. It is Colombia. 1,900 species of birds.
Uzbekistan is the double landlock.
Yep.
Correct.
We're dominating today.
One of 2.
This could be-
Tajikistan is the other
Look
one.
at the culture on this show right here.
I have a bonus question after this, by the way. But go ahead.
Just thinking here.
So we've got 3 locked in. Or we already on
You've
4.
nailed King's Landing, double landlocked country,
yeah.
Birds.
waves, and birds.
Okay, a very strong favorite for the longest continuously occupied castle is England.
Right.
Very, very.
I feel like that's a good guess.
But this
That's a
is-
minus 500 favorite here.
I asked about this yesterday. Is this a trick question? There's something
There's something getting you.
Sneaky Joe, sneaky. I'm a little concerned that there's going to be some games being played here, but I don't know. It just feels like that has to be the answer to that because what
The sun never
Ghana-
sets on the British Empire. That's what they used to say. So, I mean, it would make sense, right? But that could be
Right.
anywhere.
Could Ghana have like an old? It doesn't feel likely. I feel like it's.
I just feel like continuously occupied castle. Has to be England.
Uh-huh.
Is it England?
It is England. I think once you knocked out Croatia and Portugal,
right.
Yes.
that became a lot easier.
Yes.
So I was hoping those 2 could help sway you in a different direction.
So we're on Coca-Cola plant, uranium, and fantasy coffins.
Fantasy coffins.
I like Panama for Coca-Cola
I
because of the
also
cane
like
sugar.
Panama. Great call, Callie. I
Okay.
like that too.
Correct.
Wow.
Panama.
Dominating today.
I mean, finding a fact about Panama that isn't canal related,
Right.
not the easiest task in the world. But
All
yes, they were the first country with Coca-Cola.
All right.
Outside the U.S.
Now,
1904.
we got 2 left to pitch a perfect game here. Most of the uranium used in World War II came from here.
After you allowed 15 runs yesterday.
And fantasy coffins, it's between Ghana and the Congo. I lean towards the World War II uranium being the Congo. I feel like there are precious
some-
metals there.
Yeah, vague.
I
connection
feel
to
like that. I want to go Congo, and then Ghana would be people buried in their fantasy coffins.
That.
Yes.
I'm in on that.
I feel like if this is the pitch, the perfect game.
Here we go.
We'll lock it in.
Locked.
I like it.
All right, we'll go for it. Last time we had ran a game like this, I got it wrong on the very last clue, and then I swore on the air accidentally.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes. What? There was a quarterback
It was a
trivia.
quarterback trivia question.
Yeah, and I had like 9 of the 10, and I got the 10th one wrong, and I
Yes.
swore on the radio.
We'd already plowed through a break.
Yeah.
Who was the name? There was a funny name. It was like a quarterback that was funny.
It was Darnold versus Purdy or something like that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
bet I could
Okay.
find the clip. I bet I have
It was like
somewhere.
40 touchdowns, 50 touchdowns last 2, whatever. I swore. Organically, actually didn't mean to, swore. I will not do that here.
All right, so what are you going with?
We're going to go uranium, Congo, and Ghana fantasy coffins.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to swear.
You got a perfect game.
Perfect game! Wow.
Let's go.
Wow.
Look up these coffins in Ghana. They
Fantasy
are fun.
coffins.
Like the picture I'm looking at, there's one that's a giant fish. There's a giant tiger.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Look at these things.
I do have a bonus question for you, by the way.
A giant Nike sneaker.
Yeah, right. Like, whoa. Into sneakers. And to be buried in a giant sneaker.
This seems like a great idea.
It is a great idea.
Giant crab.
Yep.
Wow.
Guitar. Yeah, this is awesome.
Kind of love that.
Is this a difficult choice? Like, what would your fantasy coffin be?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, it could be a giant hockey stick.
A buffalo? Would it be a buffalo?
A buffalo?
Could be
Could be a buffalo. Could be a giant golf club.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
a beer
A golf cart.
A beer saber.
A beer saber.
That's a good one.
A goalie pad, maybe.
Yes.
What's the bonus fact?
Which 2 of the 8 countries that play today are the oldest alliance in the world?
Ooh.
The longest and oldest alliance in the world is 2 countries that play today.
I've got to think that's
They play
England and
against
Croatia.
each other?
They don't necessarily play against each
Okay.
other.
In that case, I think England and Portugal are strong answers here. But
You think they've been friendly for you want the amount of years is 700 years.
Okay.
700 years. Like,
700 years this alliance is held firm.
where'd you find this? This fact?
Wikipedia probably.
Yeah.
Ghana, Ghana
Yeah,
Congo?
Wikipedia.
I don't know. Is that possible down there?
I suppose.
There were some
Is that-
tough
is
times
that-
there a
yeah,
while
that's
ago.
What I was just
I don't
thinking.
know about
I think
that.
maybe I'm remembering now.
Also
that
kind
that
of
is not the case.
far apart. England and Portugal to me seems like
Yeah.
If they're right there, they're
like maybe they both hated Spain. I don't know.
maybe.
Who is it?
England and Portugal.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Very good. Hey,
1373.
Look at this. We pitch a perfect game.
Hey, that's
and,
extra credit.
And get the bonus
That's
question.
102 on the test.
We get to go home today.
4.3 GPA.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
All right.
Nice.
Well, we all learned stuff.
You were
today.
right there on the Portugal one.
On the waves.
The waves.
Yeah.
Big
good.
waves.
Nazarene. Yeah, seriously, like check out. It's you've probably seen these videos. These are people surfing down and they're getting chased after by jet skis.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're one of these people that goes out and retrieves the surfers. It's
Yeah.
certifiably nuts how big these waves get. Yeah. All right, good game. Cup of Joe.
What would my coffin be?
That's a tough call. It's a big decision to make.
There's a lot of things you like in life, you know.
Yeah,
It's tough to
right.
narrow it down to one
It does
thing.
say that like many of them like they do it in like what their not just their passion but like what their profession was.
Right.
So
like
maybe
the
a
fishermen did the
giant
fish.
radio.
Yeah, ours would be a radio,
Right,
a
giant-
microphone.
Oh, a big microphone. Microphone might be good to fit. Like that might.
I'm looking at a
shape-wise,
Nokia right now. By
I
the
mean,
way.
I really like fantasy football. How would I incorporate that? My lineup, maybe. My best ever lineup. That would be it.
Your spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Here it is. The YouTube chat's going off.
Oh boy.
Jeremy buried in a giant egg salad sandwich. Only if I'm going to hell. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Owen's here. Joe Callie's here as well. A Wednesday. Temperature's kind of cool these days. It's supposed to get windy and a little bit like rainy, windy tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a wind warning, I think.
Yeah, gusts of about 50 miles per hour tomorrow.
Yep.
So plan for that.
Golf.
You love to golf in the wind.
Let's go. Come on, let's go. Who wants to go tomorrow? You will hit a drive 350 yards if you catch that wind right.
You'll also hit one 110.
That's
That's the trade-off.
There's some consequences to it.
803-0550 to join us on WGR. Best player. Just a deal where the best player comes this way. If there's a trade this offseason, that's what I'd be hoping for, Yarmo to pull off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't made a trade like that in a long time.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase
where
here.
It's been definitive, right? Like
even the Peterka trade, the idea is that was 1 for 2.
And at the time, Peterka is the best player in the trade.
You won the trade, but a deal where we know.
McLeod, would that qualify?
McLeod for Savoy? I don't know if that's sure.
He might have been the best player at the time just because of his age, but there were plenty that would have told you he wasn't the best asset in the trade.
Yeah, which he very well still might be the best asset in the trade.
And before that, I mean, you probably have to go back years.
Yeah.
Before you're finding somebody that would. It's a lot of hockey trades, right? Like really, Adams in his tenure, it was hockey trades when he tried to improve the team. It was not the 3 pieces for 1 piece. It was, I'm going to trade Middlestad and get Byram. I'm going to trade Cousins and get Norris. I'm going to trade Savoy and get McLeod. Like, it was a lot of 1-for-1s. And I guess you could get that again. But even that, that'd be fine. But better for sure would be find me a deal where I'm not giving up the 1-for-1. I'm giving up the 3 pieces for 1. That's the move. And that could be any position, I feel like. Like just some move like that this summer.
At the end of the season, is there a road to Joe Brady getting credit as being one of the best play callers in the sport? I mean, I sometimes think it's tough to get that when your quarterback is Josh Allen, but Brady himself could go through some growth, or I guess feel like, I want to use the word artistry, right? If he likes the jet sweeps and the trick plays, the hook and ladders, like they use those in desperation, and there were a couple times they backfired, and McDermott would kind of, put his foot down about it being cute. I just wonder if now that Brady is like at the top of the food chain, if he might feel a little bit more artistic freedom in that spot.
I think that's certainly a path that could unfold here, and I'd expect that to be the case. And Joe Brady, it's his chance. This is his shot to be an NFL head coach, and what an opportunity. He's got Josh Allen in his prime as his quarterback, and so I would hope that Joe Brady feels empowered and has creative ideas that he wants to implement as part of his legacy and his resume, right? That this is his chance to do it, and expectations are high, and that's kind of the fascinating dynamic of Joe Brady taking this job. He's a rookie head coach, and those situations are not all equal. I mean, Jeff Hafley and Clint Kubiak are both rookie head coaches with the Raiders and Dolphins. Nobody expects anything from those teams. They go out and win 5 games this year. That's what they're supposed to do. The Bills have to go be one of the best teams in the league, go on a deep playoff run, challenge for the East, challenge for the AFC. And, Joe Brady, if I'm going to have that opportunity, I'm going to want to do it my way. And I'm excited to learn what that means for Joe Brady because, I mean, even at LSU, there was he was the co-offensive coordinator. And in Carolina, kind of a limited offensive personnel and Matt Rule and, whatever influence he had. And he gets to Buffalo and, it feels like maybe Sean McDermott had, his hand on that quite a bit. This is his chance to see what it looks like and being fully aware of the range of outcomes could be all over the place.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday, hump day. A week from Friday is the draft. Got some trades in the NHL. Do something, Yarmo. I just saw another one, Matthew Nyes. He was reportedly traded at the deadline, but it came in too late.
A minute late.
From Toronto to Montreal.
Yep.
And just a little bit ago, Chris Johnston, Sportsnet, basically saying, like, I wonder if they're going to revisit Matthew Nyes. So, anyway, the Sabres were reportedly in on one of the two teams chasing after him.
Yeah, they were one of a few, but the Sabres were like one of the finalists. It was reported.
Yep.
I mean, Yarmo was bidding on Nyes if he's in it to the end, and there was a report from yesterday that like the Ducks and the Kings and somebody else were all in on Parayko at the deadline, and the Sabres offer beat all of their offers.
Yeah.
So like he clearly was willing to pay what it took to get these guys, or at least close to it on Nyes.
Tom in Buffalo before the break. Hey, Tom, good morning.
So you guys were talking about two things this morning that got me to call in. First, it is perfectly acceptable to call a bison a buffalo.
Thank you.
Especially around here. Perfectly acceptable.
Let's just do it.
And two, your pets are not in danger from red-tailed hawks. Red-tailed hawk, even a big one, weighs only about 3 pounds, and they're going to struggle with things like squirrels. So your dog's totally safe. And anytime anyone says that, it is like my cause in life to call or tell them and remind them, nope, your dogs are totally safe. You don't need to worry about it.
What about what about a golden eagle? If I see a golden
eagle,
eagle,
we don't have those around here.
What if one showed up? Should the dogs go inside? Don't they pick up deer?
Fine. Even a golden eagle weighs like 5 pounds at most.
Wait a minute. No,
I think they pick up deer and goats.
Deer?
Yeah.
Come on.
Thanks, Tom.
Have you ever seen like a fawn?
Yeah, they're little.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about it like a full-grown deer, which doesn't have to be that. All right, yeah, there it is. All right, golden eagle. I'm terrified.
Picks up a deer.
Yeah, I don't need to see that.
Not like a full-size deer
near my backyard.
Anyway, yeah, I saw a red-tailed hawk yesterday. 3 pounds. I'll take your word for it.
You think you felt like yours was bigger?
I have no idea. I wouldn't imagine he's very heavy. He's got to fly, right? You got to be light.
Yeah, they weigh between 2 and 3.5 pounds.
But they're powerful. I don't have small dogs. I wasn't worried about it.
Yeah. Right. Goose is not in any danger.
No. The bird.
The hawk would be in danger.
The bird that can lift my dog off the ground. I don't think it. I mean, maybe a golden eagle. If it can get a.
What's the
weight? We're talking about like an 85-pound dog.
It's the giant bird in Godzilla. Rodan. That's like the only thing you'd be worried about.
Who's the moth? Is Rodan?
Mothra.
Mothra, that's right. Rodan. That's the good one.
Mothra, yeah.
Rodan's like a pterodactyl kind of thing.
Oh, right, yeah.
All right, 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Bird stuff. Call on birds if you feel like it. We're open to it. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. how would you rank it in terms of the amount of upheaval there is on this team, given
The World Cup rolls on. There are no draws yesterday. France beat Senegal 3-1. Iraq fell to Norway 4-1. Argentina kept a clean sheet against Algeria 3-0. And Austria defeated Jordan 3-1. Today, Portugal takes on the Democratic Republic of Congo at 1 o'clock. England plays Croatia at 4. Ghana takes on Panama at 7. And Uzbekistan takes on Colombia at 10. Around the NHL, a few trades yesterday. One between Toronto and Philadelphia. Philadelphia gets goalie Joseph Woll and defenseman Simon Benoit. And Toronto gets goalie Samuel Ersson, defenseman Emile Andre, and a third-round pick in this year's draft. Also, another trade between the Predators and Avalanche. Philadelphia gets goalie Nashville gets forward Ross Colton and goalie prospect Isaac Posh, and Colorado gets goalie Magnus Krona, and a 2026 third and a 2027 third as well. John Tortorella will not be returning as the head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights after their run to the Stanley Cup Final, the team announced yesterday. Around the NFL, Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey said that he strained his left hamstring but expects to be ready for training camp. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens said he will not hold out or hold in at training camp. The Athletics' Dane Brugler believes the best guess is that a team uses a day 3 pick on Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft. And Saints wide receiver Chris Olave scheduled to get off of blood thinners on June 29th. Olave's been on blood thinners after a blood clot was discovered in his lung prior to Week 18 of last season. The 2026 11-day Power Play Community Shift starts today with the opening ceremonies at Harbor Center tonight at 6 p.m. Over 2,800 skaters playing one continuous hockey game for 11 days, raising over $1 million for cancer research. Donate to your favorite team or player today at 11daypowerplay.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Look at the amount of guys producing at an older age. And then you see Stahl all of a sudden at age 37 walk away the Conn Smythe. In the finals, he scores in 5 consecutive games. And you got the 2 41-year-olds. Brett Burns played every game for Colorado. Corey Perry had 17 goals in 17 games for Los Angeles and Tampa Bay at age 41. Ovechkin had 32 goals at age 40. Your 39-year-old is Evgeny Malkin, who had 61 points in 56 games. You had 4 guys who were 38. Crosby, who speaks for himself. Claude Giroux. Marchand is still 54 points in 52 games. Zuccarello in Minnesota had 54 points in 59 games. Those are your 38-year-olds who played this year. even a guy like Stamkos, who was 36, scored 42 goals in 82 games.
Our conversation with Paul Hamilton yesterday talking about players of a certain age. If the Sabres are indeed going to sign Alex Tuch to a lengthy extension, they would be getting years later in his career, 36, 37 neighborhood. So we talked about that with Paul yesterday. 803-0550, our number, and 1-888-552-550, Jeremy and Joe. Open the show talking about the greatness of Lionel Messi, first career World Cup hat trick, age 39, still the best. Just an incredible performance from him in their win over Argentina. Big games today, Portugal to it, and England-Croatia is probably the crown jewel of the day. So World Cup goes today. 2 weeks from today is NHL free agency, July 1. And 8 days from today is the draft. So that's going to be Friday of next week. Quick thing on the draft on free agency, on the whole thing, on expectations for Yarmo, really. What will the reaction be if they do not re-sign Tuch and they do not make a splash of any kind? It's just the team we saw last season effectively returns, and I'm trying to think, like, I don't know, a mid-tier signing.
That'd be like your Boone Jenner signing.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't want to call it like
guy who's going to make like between like $3 and $4 million a year.
Yeah, I don't want to put a name on the type of offseason. I'm thinking of like a typically underwhelming offseason. Off a good year, as opposed to off a year where they need obvious changes.
Yeah.
What will the reaction be if it's just like, oh, you lost Tuch and you added not much? So it really is the kids. It's turning things over to the kids, their growth. You still have, of course, like Tage, Dahlin, and your top four defense, but how would that sit? I feel like it would not sit well.
No, I think it would be really disappointing.
You'll have people that would believe in it, and I think there'd be reason to still believe in it.
I think you could be both. I think you can be disappointed and also believe that it still can work and that you have a really good chance that even in this coming season, Helenius and or Ostlund can replace what you're losing in Tuch as, you know, in Helenius' case, officially, like basically rookies. You could believe that and still be disappointed because that would be hoping that I maintain where I was last year, right? Like if I lose Tuch and don't sign anything that really you think would replace a 30-plus goal scorer that gives you all the shorthanded stuff that he does on top of it, if I lose him and it's rookies, they could be better eventually. As rookies, I'm just hoping that they give me the same level of play that Tuch did last year. So I'm hoping to maintain. Versus a big swing is hoping to be even better than I was last year, going for the cup. And I think those two things are very different. So I would feel like they're still on the right track, and they are going to be really good again next year if they lose Tuch. But it's that's different to me than they go make the big splash move, and I'm thinking like, okay, here we go win the Stanley Cup. Like I think those two things are very different. And I don't think you can really have all right, let's go for it, Stanley Cup, if you're really relying upon 20-year-olds to come in and be the catalyst for you doing that. I don't think that happens that quickly. I think they could be really good this year, but when is Helenius winning you the Stanley Cup? A couple years from now, ideally, in a perfect world. Not right now, in his first season in the NHL. Like that would be he's good, but that would be a lot.
How much should we be worried about their PDO numbers? If you follow this kind of thing really closely.
Shot percentage and save percentage.
Yeah, the Sabres were thought to be a team that was good, but maybe a little on the lucky side. PDO is puck luck. How are your goalies are making saves and your shooters are beating goalies. The process of it would be like expected goals. Are you dominating in that department? And for the Sabres, like they were a PDO team. Montreal was a little bit of this too, right? Montreal
was fourth in the league. Oh, excuse me, that's in the playoffs. In the regular season, I think Montreal was a little bit higher than the Sabres were. And you'll get good teams up there. The Sabres were fourth. Montreal was fifth.
Okay, so two teams that
Boston was second.
Three teams in the division. You would say
Tampa was sixth.
They're always candidates for regression.
Yeah.
Right? That's a candidate for regression. It's kind of like in football. If a team goes 11-0 in one-score games, you'd say, like, oh, watch out, next season, that's going to be a problem. They're going to fall and lose more one-score games. It just happens. It's a little bit of the randomness that comes into it. And there's certainly a case to make. I'm not sitting here making it loud and clear, but there's a case to make that they have a little bit less luck, and a little less luck without one of your best wingers, and your goalies don't have the magical formula. You could drift back a bit. And is it impossible they could miss the playoffs? Like, I don't think so. I wonder, and that's where I get to like the Yarmo idea about what kind of offseason he plans to have. Does he think we were a good team, we were a little better than we maybe should have been, and it's my job to kind of insulate that, to make it so we're a better team from expected goals.
Yeah.
Defensively, they were good. Offensively, they were fix the power play. Like, there are things to get to, and I'm not sure that running it back the same is something you should have a ton of faith would produce exactly the same result.
I feel like the PDO part of it, half of it, I think, is more on trial than the other half. Half is shooting percentage, half is save percentage. If you look at the 3 years before this past season we just went through, the 3 seasons prior, the Sabres were the second best shooting percentage team in hockey over a 3-year sample. Then they were good again last year.
So their finishing is just good.
That's just been good. They've just been a good finishing team for a couple of years in a row now. I know different players, like you had Skinners and others at the beginning of that tenure, but they've been a good finishing team. That's held true almost the entire time. The save percentage has been much more up and down. And that would be my bigger question is, what's the goalie part of that? And last year they were one of the best teams in the league in net. And your goalies are Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen and Alex Lyon. They had great seasons. But roll those guys out 10 times in a row. How many times are they going to give you the season they just had? Maybe it's only one time. Maybe it's a couple. But it's not going to be every single year. And that is, to me, where there would be a much bigger variance in what they're going to do. I think you could probably expect that their guys that score goals are going to show up and are going to score goals. And I think you might even expect that a couple of the young guys would get even better at that. Like, is Benson's shot going to be as bad as it's been in the first couple of seasons, or is he going to score like he did in the playoffs? Like, that could be a guy where it even goes up a little bit. Kulik is coming in, and he's got a good shot. Helen, you same thing. What are the goalies? That'd be my bigger question. For that specific question alone. Like, all right, yeah, they were high in PDO. Well, half of that they've been pretty reliably good at. The other half, roller coaster. And are we going through a drop, or are we staying up high?
All right.
And that, I think, is a total, we talked about this the other day, like, it's a total dice roll, I think, with who their goalies are.
I was going to say, like, part of the faith you have in their goalies might be evidenced by the fact that in that same conversation with Paul we just played a clip from, we're talking about the possibility that Colton Ellis could be in the mix.
Right, like that's where you're at.
They had such a good year goaltending that we're considering someone else might play.
Right.
For one of those other guys. So
we'll see. Like, I mean, I'm hoping that they land a big fish. Like, I think they are. It just kind of sets up, like, this should be the offseason where that happens. Why wouldn't it happen? You have a GM in place now who's aggressive in the past. I have a team that dug their way out of the basement of the league and hopefully would gain more respect around the NHL. I have all the assets in the world to beat out any other team that I want in a bidding process for a player that's available. And on top of that, I have one of my best players that's leaving and going out the door that I probably want to replace. Like, everything just kind of... And you also have a lot of star players that are available this offseason, which does not always happen. You have more big ideas right now in the NHL than in any offseason that I can remember. And you only got to land one of them. So I feel it would be weird and disappointing to me if they didn't land one, because the opportunity just seems to be there.
803-0550, waiting for the next big name to drop. Like, who else is requesting a trade, or who else is being shopped? So we'll track that down with some juicy rumors later in the show. Get a call in here before we get to our hot and cold from Belknap Heating and Cooling. Mike is up. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
Good.
I I just wanted to comment on the birds. It was kind of funny. The guy that called before had said something about the golden eagles, and golden eagles, they don't exist here, and luckily they don't because they're about 13 pounds apiece at their biggest size. The Mongolians used to hunt wolves with them, so they would take 2 golden eagles out, and one would attack a wolf from behind, and then the other one from the front. And they're actually very, very dangerous predatory birds.
Mm-hmm.
They would take down a full-size wolf.
Yeah.
A full-size wolf?
Full-size wolf. You say they don't live here. There is one. There's the Wildlife Center. I've seen one.
I'm looking at a map.
It's in a cage
right now of the golden eagles, and we are in the yellow,
which is
splotch, which is the migration.
Huh?
So they pass through here.
Interesting.
Year round, you're looking more. It looks like like the entire western United States, but
what are they coming here for?
I don't know.
See the falls.
I mean, if I were a bird, I would just travel around the country and see the sights. Right?
See the buffalo.
The new statues.
Small
just
buffalo
hang out
installation.
top of the stadium. I mean, if you were a bird, you could go to every football game if you wanted.
Put that in an open.
All of them.
Not the domed ones.
You can find your way in there, couldn't you? There are birds in there.
Man,
not a hawk. If I'm a golden eagle, yeah, no, never mind. Golden eagle's not getting into a dome stadium. They'll stop the game, won't they? They definitely would stop the game.
Is the question I'm being asked, if a golden eagle were to get inside the dome of a football stadium,
you're talking about this thing being 11
would
pounds.
Would it stop the game?
If it could take down a full
803-0550.
I think it would stop the game.
You tell us. Would it stop the game?
I think it would stop the game. This guy's telling me he could take a wolf down. Hey, there's something that can take out a wolf inside the stadium. What are you doing?
Leaving,
right.
It's not even the most dangerous bird, golden eagle.
What's the most dangerous bird then?
Cassowary.
Cassowary?
Yeah, look up a cassowary. There's your most dangerous bird.
How am I going to spell cassowary?
Exactly like you think. Anyway, should we get to our Belknap?
You're right.
Meeting?
It is exactly like I would have thought. It's a flightless bird is the most dangerous bird?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Should we get to Belknap Heating, Belknap Heating, hot and cold? Joe Kelly takes over the show, takes it away from us as we're putting Golden Eagles. Marquette, right? They're the Golden Eagles?
I think that's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Is anybody else the Golden Eagles?
BC? Boston College?
Oh, yeah. That's right, isn't it?
I think they're actually just the Eagles, but I always think that they're Golden Eagles because gold is in their stuff.
I thought they used to be the Screaming Eagles.
Southern Mississippi is the Golden Eagles.
Okay.
And that might be
the
it.
Boston College Marching Band is the Screaming Eagles.
Good name.
There you go. All right.
Oh, Brockport, around here.
Brockport is the Golden Eagles?
I guess so, yeah.
I didn't know that.
And this caller said there's no Golden Eagles in this area.
Oral Roberts, who you've seen in the tournament, show up once in a while.
Now, are these golden-colored eagles, or are they for the gold?
No, the nickname is Golden Eagles.
Right, I know.
That's what I.
That's what I'm saying. Well, if you're the Blue Devils, are you Blue Devils or Blue Devils? Red Raiders. Are you Raiders that are actually? Joe, take the show.
Okay, all right.
Please take the
By
keys.
the way, the cassowary looks like it's a ostrich and turkey and peacock on steroids.
It's like a dinosaur with knives on its feet.
Yeah. Looks scary.
Yeah.
So hot and cold here.
Yeah.
This one I've seen circulating around. Stay on the World Cup for a moment. Stay on. We've been on birds, but talk about the World Cup for a moment.
Get back
It's not that much bird talk.
No,
This is
I know.
a little bit of bird talk.
It's been the most bird talk we've had in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not ever, but in a while.
This is where I tell you I've been putting like seeds out to. We got a cardinal that's getting closer and closer, and I think I'm trying to
hand
delivering the cardinal.
I'm not at hand feeding yet, not yet, but I put like some seeds out to maybe where we get closer. My son saw the seeds and he picked them up and held them out like this to try to get the cardinal to land on his hand.
Oh man,
we have not
awesome.
we have not crossed the the man to bird, whatever. Anyway,
you're getting there.
Belknap Heating, hot and cold. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I've seen this circulating around. We've talked about it before. The American view of the World Cup and what they're doing, certain things broadcasting wise. Some people think water breaks are ruining the broadcast. Is that hot or cold?
It's definitely not ruining it. And I don't have much time. Listen, I don't think they should necessarily do them in the indoor games, but no American should ever comment on a broadcast being ruined by taking one break.
Yeah.
One, is it a
There's
2 minute,
one
3 minute, 3 minute
break
right?
and a half.
Yeah.
We take breaks to get Gene Steratore thoughts on a foot.
Let him collect them.
We are not throwing stones at soccer for the water breaks.
I do think it does. Part of what I love so much about like watching the Premier League, like I have this year, is how much the game just keeps going.
Yes.
And that being broken up is really annoying.
I agree. It's less than ideal.
And even when we were on Saturday, Owen and I were hosting, watching the Champions League final, I'd never really sat down to digest an entire soccer game. The running clock is the best thing, I think, about it. I love it.
Yeah.
It's
so
awesome.
it's fun.
I did see Fox is making an estimated
$250
million
from water breaks.
From the water break ads.
Of course.
Wow.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, you get that
That's
prime
why
time
they
slot.
exist.
Yeah.
Might be.
Yeah. Well, we go to ESPN now.
One other thing.
Yeah.
Like, this always happens when the World Cup happens. Do other countries and do other sports do this also? And what I mean is the World Cup happens and football writers are like, I wonder which football players could play in this tournament.
Oh, yes.
I know.
And like, does that happen during the World Cup of baseball where a country over there be like, I wonder which of our soccer players could play baseball?
Yeah, right. It's too much.
So dumb.
I did see
Pet peeve of mine.
debate somewhere on, I think Sam Monson replied to it. I saw people having the debate yesterday. If they had to play a position in football, what position would the soccer players play?
Well, it depends.
And the answer ended up being corner and receiver.
Maybe.
Yeah.
There might be some running backs.
Right.
Erling Haaland's a tight end.
Erling Haaland can be whatever he wants on a football field, probably.
All right, anyway.
These cross-sports debates never really work. I remember the Josh Allen basketball one from a couple years ago.
Oh,
yeah,
that
like
was
all
a
that, yeah.
legendary debate.
That he could just be in the NBA.
Legendary.
Yeah,
right.
that
But
was
Allen NBA, yeah.
That just never works. It never works. So now we go to ESPN, though. Ryan Clark, first of all, the whole thing, I got a clip to play just for his take here, but the whole segment was, is Arch Manning a generational talent? Arch Manning is a generational talent. I wasn't asking a question. They were proclaiming that he is.
Absolutely not.
It got into the right. I agree with
He's
you.
a generational talent, and then he's of a generation of a family that is talented.
Sure. Right. So it got into who is a generational talent, and here's Ryan Clark's take.
I think John Elway was a generational talent. I think Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents. I think Andrew Luck ended up being a generational talent. I don't think there's a ton of them out there.
So hot or cold, that take?
It depends on when you mean. In the draft, no, Mahomes was not. He went 10th.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He was not going into the draft. Is he now? No. No, he's not.
He's not what? He's not a generational talent?
No.
Yeah, he is.
Is Josh also then?
Yeah.
How many are there in the league?
That's
That's
three.
this is the question now.
That's too many?
It's too many.
Three's
Was
definitely
Tom
too
Brady
many.
a generational talent?
No.
Yes, I agree.
He wasn't. He was Peyton Manning made more first-team All-Pros than him.
Yes.
It was like 7-2.
Are you leading to you can only have one per generation?
I'm not even saying that. I want to ask.
I'm only saying there are three.
I just want to say, when do we decide? Is it coming out of the draft? Is it the career is over and we then look back and say it? Like Myles Garrett. How about that one? The chat asks that. Myles Garrett. Yes.
Yeah.
By far the best defensive end in the sport for the entire time he has played and probably for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, usually I think that term gets used when we talk about the draft.
Right. That's
more than when these guys are playing. It's Eichel and McDavid.
It's McDavid. It's Crosby.
Right.
It's
Ovechkin almost kind of borderline.
Generational scoring talent. Sure.
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, now it gets overused, but it used to be
probably.
It used to be reserved for
like once in a generation. That's what it's supposed
I'll let
to
you
be.
know the next time I see a hockey player that's 2 years away from being the number one pick, and I say he would be the best skater in the NHL today, because that was McDavid, right? Like Gavin McKenna, no, not.
No.
Connor Bedard, no. Macklin Celebrini was not talked about as one.
Mm-hmm.
But he is awesome.
He might be now.
He's amazing. He's pretty great.
Right.
Yeah, he's as good a guy as you could ask for.
I saw Jordan Kyrou to the Sharks.
The Sharks are going to do something. Sharks have the most cap space in the league, and they have a number one center that everybody should want to play for.
And they have the second pick, and they're talking about moving that.
They need a D is what they need. They need a defenseman.
All right. San Jose.
What else we got?
All right. You teased this a little earlier, so I apologize if I'm stealing it or anything, but these Bills jersey leaks that we've seen, hot or cold, how do we feel about them?
So
as much as we can talk about
the
it.
gray jersey that made its way online, I think it is bad.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was so bad that I did not consider for a second that it could actually be what they do.
The Bills are going to get a new uniform. Is it not this year, but next year they'll have one? And there are some mock-ups of a helmet where the buffalo is not on the helmet, but the charging thing with the horn is and goes all the way around.
Yeah, the helmet is pretty much like the buffalo. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, kind of like if the Eagles' helmet has wings.
Yes. Trying to do the similar thing.
I am nervous about these jerseys.
Refuse to believe that's real.
They look like the Lions alternates, the all grays.
Also was so early. Like, it was in March that we saw that. Like, usually when you see a leak, it's like right before. This was months before.
Right. I want to. So, again, like, I get whispers here and there. This person tells me this, and sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not. I do have a guy, Mike, I follow on Twitter, and buddy of mine. He said he's got it that, like, these jerseys are going to look like the Lions. And I didn't believe it was real until he said that, because he's had stuff from me before that's, like, kind of right. So the stripe on the helmet will wrap around. It'll look like the Lions a bit.
Yeah, the Lions have a great jersey.
Are they going
like
for Nickel City kind of deal? Like, okay. I am hopeful that they end up being good, but the one that was out there I thought was really bad. Gray with the blue numbers.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's not that one.
The helmet I saw, I'm not, like, totally opposed to as an idea.
No.
I'd like to see it in person.
Do they just want to find a way to get to a blue helmet?
Maybe. They have the blue helmets they've, like, sold, though, for retail, like the blue.
They can just do that.
Yeah.
Just do that.
I've seen mock-ups of the blue helmet with the red standing buffalo.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to do the charging logo, making the whole helmet the logo,
right?
I guess works.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
teams have done that before, where like you're kind of making the player the buffalo.
Speaking of which, shouldn't we be getting the rivalry uniforms for these teams that are going to wear them this year soon? There's 8 new jerseys coming in the rivalry sets that the Bills just wore, and it's a matter of time before we get them. It's the AFC South and the NFC North? It's definitely the AFC South.
So,
and NFC North, yes.
The NFC North will be interesting.
Last year, the Bills did not release the rivalry uniforms until August 28th.
It took a long time.
That's right. We were asking about them at camp.
So you might not see these teams do it for a couple months.
Because they had, like, the announcement for the announcement and all of that.
There was a tease video that came out early, so we, like, kind of knew, like, what direction they were going.
They were going frosty ice, and that was it for a while.
NFC North and AFC South this year.
Houston's will be like Space City, won't it?
That would be awesome.
That'd be cool. The Rockets have done stuff like that recently.
The Lions are wearing their alternate uniforms, waiting for a divisional home game. The Bears apparently are going to wear those on Christmas Day at Soldier Field against the Packers. So anyway, we should be getting those soon.
Yeah. That's it for hot and cold, though. That's all I got.
Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. What else are we getting there that we were fired up about a minute ago? We revisit one of those 3 topics.
The generational talent.
Yeah. Like Wembanyama.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. LeBron.
Yes.
Arch Manning, no. Is he even going to be the top quarterback next year? If there are 8 guys that could be first-round talents, like the odds of somebody leapfrogging him, I don't think are bad. But, you know, also his last name is Manning, and is an owner going to say, I don't care that you have him 1 spot lower. His name is Manning, and I'm taking him. That could definitely happen.
Very well could. 803-0550. Mike Catalana of WHAM and Buffalo Plus on YouTube on the Bills training camp schedule. We'll check in with Mike out of Rochester on the number of days and, of course, you know, full camp preview. It's 6 weeks away, and the number of practices is, well, it's a small one, frankly. It's coming up here on WGR. At the end of the season, is there a road to Joe Brady getting credit as being one of the best play callers in the sport? I sometimes think it's tough to get that when your quarterback is Josh Allen, but Brady himself could go through some growth, or I guess feel like, I want to use the word artistry, right? If he likes the jet sweeps and the trick plays, the hook and ladders. Like, they used those in desperation, and there were a couple times they backfired, and McDermott would kind of, put his foot down about it being cute. I just wonder if now that Brady is like at the top of the food chain, if he might feel a little bit more artistic freedom in that spot.
I think that's certainly a path that could unfold here, and I'd expect that to be the case. And Joe Brady, it's his chance. This is his shot to be an NFL head coach, and what an opportunity. He's got Josh Allen in his prime as his quarterback, and so I would hope that Joe Brady feels empowered and has creative ideas that he wants to implement as part of his legacy and his resume, right? That this is his chance to do it, and expectations are high, and that's kind of the fascinating dynamic of Joe Brady taking this job. He's a rookie head coach, and those situations are not all equal. I mean, Jeff Hafley and Clint Kubiak are both rookie head coaches with the Raiders and Dolphins. Nobody expects anything from those teams. They go out and win 5 games this year. That's what they're supposed to do. The Bills have to go be one of the best teams in the league, go on a deep playoff run, challenge for the East, challenge for the AFC. And, Joe Brady, if I'm going to have that opportunity, I'm going to want to do it my way. And I'm excited to learn what that means for Joe Brady because, I mean, even at LSU, there was he was the co-offensive coordinator. And in Carolina, kind of a limited offensive personnel and Matt Rule and, whatever influence he had. And he gets to Buffalo and, it feels like maybe Sean McDermott had, his hand on that quite a bit. This is his chance to see what it looks like and being fully aware of the range of outcomes could be all over the place.
Best player. Just a deal where the best player comes this way. If there's a trade this offseason, that's what I'd be hoping for, Yarmo to pull off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't made a trade like that in a long time, where it's been definitive, right? Like
even the Peterka trade, the idea is that was 1 for 2,
and at the time, Peterka is the best player in the trade.
You won the trade, but a deal where we know
McLeod would that qualify?
McLeod for Savoy? I don't know if that's sure.
He might have been the best player at the time just because of his age, but there were plenty that would have told you he wasn't the best asset in the trade.
Yeah, which he very well still might be the best asset in the trade.
And before that, I mean, you probably have to go back years.
Yeah,
before you're finding somebody that would. It's a lot of hockey trades, right? Like really, Adams in his tenure, it was hockey trades. When he tried to improve the team. It was not the 3 pieces for 1 piece. It was, I'm going to trade Middlestad and get Byram. I'm going to trade Cousins and get Norris. I'm going to trade Savoy and get McLeod. Like, it was a lot of 1-for-1s. And I guess you could get that again. But even that, that'd be fine. But better for sure would be find me a deal where I'm not giving up the 1-for-1. I'm giving up the 3 pieces for 1. That's the move. Whether that could be any position, I feel like just some move like that this summer.
TJ Parker. I'll tell you one thing, I seen him on film the other day chasing the running back, and I said, who the heck is that matching the running back step for step? And I was like, oh, he a cheat code. As the more I start to watch film and, learn my teammates and start to watch them do, and everybody in the league freaky in their own way. And he was chasing the running back. And I was like, he really matching him step for step. So that's just one of the things that he's just explosive, fast, a young kid. I don't know the extent of what his role is going to be this year, but I'm happy to play with him.
Ed Oliver on Bills rookie TJ Parker. Next place, you'll get to see TJ Parker chase after running backs. Training camp at St. John Fisher. And joining us on the Western Hotline, Mike Catalan at WHAM and Buffalo Plus on YouTube. But those practices will be a little fewer than they have been in years past. Mike joining us on the Western Hotline. Mike, good morning. How did it hit you? Not surprised that the number of practices there in Rochester are on the decline?
Not surprised because, I've been told a little bit of it leading into it. We didn't know all the details, but from people here at Fisher that it was going to be reduced a little bit. Not surprised. Look, is it a little disappointing? Yeah, because the tickets are tough to come by. We all know they're free, and so now you're down to 7 practices. It's funny. The 7 number is still, okay, it's more than a weekend. It's better than, it's not as good as 10. It just feels a little like in and out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In terms of it's still 7. It stretches into a couple of weeks, but it's going to come and go pretty fast. And it's still a commitment by the Bills, but it is interesting. They just signed that 3-year deal last year. I don't think that commitment is going anywhere. I think they're going to be here for the next 2. And look, this team always leaves themselves open for options at that point. But I've been told it's like, hey, they love it. We love it. We've always loved it. It's worked for us. So let's see if that continues.
It's funny, the last couple of years, it feels like we're always asking this question, and that extension was maybe an answer to that question, and now it feels like it's back. How long will this go on for where the Bills are in Rochester? They've definitely, to me, the value has been there. It's made sense, but the visual to me, Mike, you mentioned the number 7. When I saw the actual graphic of camp in Rochester, I thought that's like an index card compared to what it used to be. It's significant. So do you feel like this arrangement over the years has been a definite positive? And maybe are we at a spot where the NFL might feel like they don't need it in the way that they did however long ago, or the Bills don't feel like they need it in a way they did long ago?
Yeah, you're right. The Bills absolutely needed it when it happened, and they have really embraced it. And look, it'd be easy to just say, well, it was McDermott, right? Because McDermott liked it, and now McDermott's gone, and it's been reduced. I don't see that. I don't think it was lip service when the other people said it. And let's also be honest. I don't think Josh is deciding whether they go to camp or not, but I've always felt like if Josh Allen hated camp and said, I cannot get ready for an NFL season in this type of environment, I think it would have impacted the thinking a little bit, right? You do a lot of things based on the quarterback, and he really does embrace it. So I don't think it's going to be get me out of here. But I would say this, look, if it's 7 days, it'll be that. Maybe it's that next year and the next year and the 5 more after that. I don't think it can go much less, if less at all, than this. Once you do that, then you might as well not be here. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic because, as we see, not only can things change in 3 years, they can change pretty dramatically in a year.
Yeah. Right, at that point, if it's that few, anything less than what we've seen already, why move all your stuff there, basically, and then move it back immediately?
And then
I still do think there's an impact. And let's be honest, we'll be up at all the practices. Everybody will be. It's covering the team. We'll be up at the practices in Orchard Park. It's just a different, and I know a lot of people reference the stadium, but the stadium's not a practice facility at all. It's incredible, but it's not for practice. I know they'll go there on some Fridays. We'll see how it works out this year. But they use their practice fields, and their practice fields could be adjusted, I guess, if you put some stands there, if you're going to try to create at some point the same thing in Orchard Park. It just is very different than what you have in a college campus.
Yeah. And the other part of it is, there's practice, there's the ability to watch practice, but in terms of fan connection and opportunity to get there and see your favorite players, get autographs, this is the best opportunity that you get all year long, where however many players it might be, you get maybe a chance. It might be still difficult, but you get that chance. And that drying up is another tough part of this. Like 7 days. Do you feel like it was the blue and red scrimmage that ultimately changed whatever they call it, that ultimately changed the timeline of this? Because now they have a reason to come back, and that's a very easy, why would we go back out to Rochester point. It used to be up maybe to the first preseason game, and now they're getting in for a scrimmage a week before.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I've always kind of felt that a little bit. It felt like, oh, yeah, they're coming back for a couple of days, and they would continue to do that. Now, I was also told the timing impacted this year. I think they also have, 2 home preseason games.
Yep.
And the years, I mean, I guess it maps out with because we all know that it starts later because the NFL season starts a little later because Labor Day is later. It's just the way the NFL works out. But yes, I've always felt that the scrimmage and whatever, and obviously it's massive this year because it's the first time in the new stadium for everybody in terms of a football event. I do think that impacted it. Now, could you tell me that maybe next year, based on the way the opening works, when the Bills practice and when that scrimmage is, could it be 8 or 9 practices? Yeah, I think that's still open. I will say they are very positive. When I've talked to a couple of people, they're still very positive about it. But I think it's, even for Rochester, you got to be fair to the organization in a way. It's been over 2 decades that it's been here. It's been an awesome thing for here. But I don't just think of it as a Rochester thing, as you're saying. I see people from all over coming, and you are right. There is nothing like camp. Even the blue-red thing, that's awesome, but that's not the same as what they get here when Josh is just right there in front of everybody. So I don't want to see the franchise lose this, but I think we have to be open to things that could happen.
Do you remember, 20 years now, at St. John Fisher, was this always where it was kind of a year-to-year, or in this case, I guess, 3-year thing? It just feels like recently, maybe it was when McDermott got here, that there was always this wonder about whether they would stay there. Was that always the case, or was there, because, you would think sign a long-term deal and you don't have to think about this anymore.
Hey, Joe, it was wild when it first started. I had been going to Fredonia for practice, and now they're going to come to Rochester, and we signed a deal, our TV station, to be the official station at camp, and, this was the Russ Brandon marketing Bills back then, and the nighttime practices were a show. Everything was so different. The team wasn't good, right? They needed it. They needed everybody to walk through to buy merchandise. It was that way. I never felt like this I think when we initially signed, it was 5 years, and then they kept doing deals, and Ralph Wilson had a great relationship with Fisher, and it was very different at that time. And like I said, they would adjust the schedule. It was way less football. I think when McDermott got here, it became, and Brandon Beane, obviously, it became a much more, I know this sounds funny, but it's a much more football-focused thing, and it's about the team getting ready. Yeah, they had camp, but it's about the team getting ready. So, no, I never really felt that way before because they absolutely needed it. They needed it to sell tickets, every other thing. It's a little different vibe now for what the team needs, but I still think the part that Jeremy's talking about with the connection, I think that's great no matter whether this team's winning 12 games or 7.
Mike Catalana on the Western Highland. Mike, when we finally do get to camp, what's the number one thing you're eager to get a look at?
It's how this defense looks in real settings. It's so much speculation, and we've all had to do that. And listen, I appreciate everybody goes up for all the mini camp stuff and all. You can't tell anything yet. Certainly, you can look at a player and say, "Wow, this kid looks good," or "This guy looks healthy," or "Michael Hoyt looks like he's steps closer." But how this defense will play in a certain setting, there's so many unknown factors for what it will be, and then then it's also an interesting dynamic at camp. Because it is an open camp, and there's people there, and even though there's only a certain amount of video allowed by even the TV stations, they do have that advantage on the league in terms of some of the things they're going to do, and so I think some of that may be shown a little bit more when there's not as many eyes on it. But I do think it's going to be so different. I mean, the offense is pretty close to what it is. Yes, DJ Moore, Dalton Kincaid looks healthier. All those things are great. But I think it's all about this defense, what Jim Leonard really wants to do, and how these players, like Greg Rousseau, how does he adjust to maybe a new role, new position, whatever you want to describe it as. I think that's by far the most thing that I'm going to be looking for.
Mike Catalana on the Western Hotline. Mike, thanks for the quick visit. We'll see you up there at training camp.
All right, sounds good, guys.
Mike Catalana, WHAM, Wham TV in Rochester, and Buffalo Plus on YouTube. Rochester's numbers dwindling when it comes to training camp practices. Trying to think like how many what the max would have been. 2.5, 3 weeks even.
They were there for 3 straight weeks.
It was.
Probably,
it used
right?
to be. It used to be a while. I mean, we'll talk about this with Sal tomorrow. I mean, Sal would have numbers on this too, but it used to be a good long stay. I feel like I can remember us going out for the number would be like 9 shows. Okay, 9 shows. That's not 9 practices. That's just 9 times we would be there.
Mm-hmm.
And this has 7 practices in total. So the calendar part of it might be a factor. Calendar's been weird this year for everything.
Yeah.
803-0550. When we return, I just found myself to a quick comment of the day from a media day in the NHL. A clap back, Joe. An NHL figure has clapped back at the haters.
I think I know who it is.
You think you know who it is?
I think I know who it is.
I think you know who it is. All right, we'll find out. Their coach will not return.
Right.
And this player has clapped back, from what I'm reading here. We'll get you that comment next. How would you rank it in terms of the amount of upheaval there is on this team, given the draft, the players that have left, and how different they're attempting to be? I know the coach is like central to that, but how different you expect the 2026 Bills to actually look?
I think there's going to be a different look and feel to this team. I think they're going to embrace different paths to win football games. I think that's probably where I think we will feel it the most, where the last couple of years under Sean McDermott, the team came out very kind of run aggressive, one of the highest run rates in the entire NFL over the last couple of seasons. And I think that was in large to overcome what they were lacking in the passing game in terms of weapons, and then some of the shortcomings of the defense, where starting in 2023, there was just a lot of transition with Buffalo's defense, starting with Leslie Frazier, and that being his last season in 2022. Sean McDermott takes over as the play caller. But, through that transition, you had coaching turnover, whether it was Leslie Frazier or losing, key pieces like a Eric Washington or a John Butler along the way, but also some of those core foundational players of your defense starting to kind of age out and expire, the safety tandem, Milano, even Tre'Davious White, Taron Johnson, some regression. And so you're trying to reinvent how you play defense. And I think so much of that produced a lot of limitations to what they could be. And they leaned on this run game to kind of control the clock and hide their defense a little bit and hide what they were missing in the passing game. And so I think as this defense now has a completely different scheme with Jim Leonard taking over, and I think stylistically they're going to be really different in terms of 5-man fronts and blitz heavy and lots of man coverage, which is pretty much the opposite of Sean McDermott. Then an offense that now doesn't have any Sean McDermott influence, and thinking about Joe Brady and Pete Carmichael and Sean Payton disciples that they are, and thinking about Sean Payton as a very pass-aggressive coach that he's been either a head coach or a offensive coordinator for 21 years in the NFL. In 11 of those seasons, he was top 5 in pass attempts. So I think they're going to pass more. I think they're going to be more aggressive on defense. And I think it's going to have a different look and feel, and I think they're going to try to win games differently than they did under Sean McDermott over the last several years.
Best player. Just a deal where the best player comes this way. If there's a trade this offseason, that's what I'd be hoping for, Yarmo to pull off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't made a trade like that in a long time, where it's been definitive, right? Like
even the Peterka trade, the idea is that was 1 for 2,
and at the time, Peterka is the best player in the trade.
You won the trade, but a deal where we know
McLeod would that qualify?
McLeod for Savoy? I don't know if that's sure.
He might have been the best player at the time just because of his age, but there were plenty that would have told you he wasn't the best asset in the trade.
Yeah, which he very well still might be the best asset in the trade.
And before that, I mean, you probably have to go back years.
Yeah.
Before you're finding somebody that would. It's a lot of hockey trades, right? Like really, Adams in his tenure, it was hockey trades when he tried to improve the team. It was not the 3 pieces for 1 piece. It was, I'm going to trade Middlestad and get Byram. I'm going to trade Cousins and get Norris. I'm going to trade Savoy and get McLeod. Like, it was a lot of 1-for-1s. And I guess you could get that again. But even that, that'd be fine. But better for sure would be find me a deal where I'm not giving up the 1-for-1. I'm giving up the 3 pieces for 1. That's the move. Whether that could be any position, I feel like. Like just some move like that this summer.
I'll say this. If you ask guys in the league, Vegas ain't on people's no trade list. So this is a place people want to be and people want to play, and this is an organization that people want to be a part of. And I would say all the players in here are very proud to represent the city and play for this organization. And there's a lot of amazing things that come with that.
Jack Eichel.
Sounded like Jack Eichel.
Responding to Vegas being the most hated team. People seem to not like Vegas. Like, oh, they're not on no trade list. That's Jack at the media availability following their Stanley Cup final loss.
Well, he has a point.
Yep.
They're actually the opposite. Like, players will put them on lists of, you're only trading me to one of these blank places.
Yeah.
And Vegas always seems to be on it.
Right.
I mean, they definitely are a cold organization, though. They still haven't let Cassidy talk to teams. And they don't have a head coach now either. But he's right. Players want to go there.
Let's get stupid. Hire back Cassidy.
Vegas.
Just change the message in the room.
Yeah.
I mean, hiring a coach that you fired once before is not that unusual. It's just a matter of how long in between.
Right.
The Sabres brought back Lindy. You know, you've got coaches going back to a team.
Yeah, there was a couple decades in between that, though, right?
There was time. 803-0550. I'm seeing a story
Who was the Yankees manager that got fired like 6 times? Billy Martin.
Yeah.
75 to 78, fired. 79, fired. 83, fired. 85, fired. 88, fired. And that was it.
I'm seeing a story about the Knicks parade tomorrow.
Okay.
So the Knicks parade is tomorrow, of course, through New York, and you can pay people to hold you a spot at the front of the line, and people are paying more for that. Like right now, people are paying $750 to have spots saved at the barrier for them for the Knicks parade. Wait in line for the parade from 12 to 8. Was that overnight, basically? $750. You're paying someone to stand and wait there at the barrier, and then you would come in and say, hey, it's my spot, and they say, I saved it for you. What kind of enforceability is there for that? Oh, that guy saved my spot. Like, what? I don't care.
Yeah.
There's
can't
no
respect that.
tickets here. I guess you would just have someone that's going to walk away when you walk in. Anyway, that parade's tomorrow. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 on WGR. What I kind of got to was, I know Tom Brady is like the GOAT in the NFL, but when it comes to sheer, if you go with impressiveness, like I know that I will not talk about Brady in my 60s, 70s, telling I was a lot. He's not an I was alive to see him guy, the way that Messi was. Last night watching that game's in Kansas City. By the way,
Arrowhead.
Primetime game in Arrowhead. What a shocker. Primetime game in Arrowhead. And that was the first time I thought, I'm really disappointed the game. We had no games here. Because if Buffalo had games, or if, I know Toronto's close by, but you got to go see that dude score a hat trick at the World Cup at Arrowhead Stadium. That is winning the lottery. That is an unbelievable experience. We're going to sit here and talk about how I'd like to win tickets to the Masters. Seeing Messi score a hat trick in person in Kansas City is something else. I wouldn't say in Kansas. It's actually in Kansas. They're moving to Missouri. Whatever, not important. Middle America sees Messi. I know he's in the MLS now, but still, this is different. And if you're going GOATs versus GOATs, I find Messi to be far more impressive, far more incredible, and far more like defying the odds. I was walking in this morning thinking, how am I going to say this? Am I going to say that Tom Brady just stood back there behind a bunch of big dudes and threw it to other guys? I know he's one of the greatest, but
you're going to tear down all quarterbacking for all times.
Maybe. But what is Messi doing? He's 39 years old, and he's the one kicking and going around guys.
Right.
He's not just walking back 3 steps and throwing a ball. He's doing it all. It's absolutely incredible what he is, what he does. It's beyond words, that guy. He continues to live up to it. He comes to the MLS like, oh, here comes his senior tour. And what does he do? Score every time he wants to. Which is not that surprising, I suppose.
Yeah, he has 62 goals in 67 games in the MLS.
What's he play? Like 7 minutes a game?
To be fair, it's not that far off. I mean, Barcelona in 17 years, he had 474 goals in 520 games. It's it's not like he's that far off the pace.
He's
of what he was
incredible.
then.
He's the GOAT of goats. I mean, if
Right, he's the GOAT in the sport, in the most popular sport in the world.
The World Cup rolls on. No draws yesterday. France beat Senegal 3-1. Iraq fell to Norway 4-1. Argentina kept a clean sheet against Algeria 3-0. And Austria defeated Jordan 3-1. Today, Portugal takes on the Democratic Republic of Congo at 1. England plays Croatia at 4. And Ghana takes on Panama at 7. And Uzbekistan takes on Colombia at 10. Around the NHL, few trades yesterday between Toronto and Philadelphia. Philadelphia gets goalie Joseph Wall and defenseman Simon Benoit. Toronto gets goalie Samuel Ersson and defenseman Emile Andre, a third-round pick also in this year's draft. Also, between the Predators and Avalanche, Nashville gets forward Ross Colton and goalie prospect Isaac Posh. And Colorado gets goalie Magnus Krona and a 2026 third and a 2027 third as well. John Tortorella will not be returning as the head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights after their run to the Stanley Cup final. The team announced yesterday. And around the NFL, Saints wide receiver Chris Olave scheduled to get off of blood thinners on June 29th. Olave had been on blood thinners after a blood clot was discovered in his lung prior to Week 18 of last season. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens said he will not hold out or hold in at training camp. And the Athletics' Dane Brugler believes the best guess is that a team will use a day 3 pick on Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft. The 2026 11-day Power Play community shift starts today with the opening ceremonies at Harbor Center tonight at 6 p.m. Over 2,800 skaters playing one continuous hockey game for 11 days, raising over $1 million for cancer research. Donate to your favorite team or player today at 11daypowerplay.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Like you could play a backup quarterback in an AFC Championship game in the snow. Who knows?
Who did that?
Maybe next year they'll play a team without any linemen, and it'll be a hurricane.
I was watching Matt Perino's one-on-one with Joe Brady, and he kind of went back to the Denver game and how that loss hit them and all that, and I thought, like, yeah, maybe they were so upset because they knew if they won that game, they were through. They were just going to beat New England, and they were going to be good to go. Maybe they really thought
How confident should they have felt? I mean,
pretty confident.
They had beaten the Patriots in the fall, but it took a crazy comeback for them to do it.
That's right.
New England was up by how much in that game? That was
a lot, but the Bills had defensive answers and really frustrated May and gave
24-7.
They gave up one play, a big broken run. They lost contain on the backside.
Yeah, Henderson, 52 yards.
One big run. Other than that, they really shut them down. And I wonder if the Bills kind of, to a man thought the same thing that a lot of us thought, which was your toughest test is Jacksonville, and they won. Right. They went in there and they won that game. And here you go to Denver. Like, you got the ball in overtime.
Yeah.
3 points. You are so through. You're so made. Like, you could cry. You could be upset. There's, Anyway.
Yeah, I think at the end of it, after watching what New England did, I feel like they would have beat the Patriots. I mean, they were not impressive in the playoffs at all. But I wonder what I would have felt like at the time, because again, like they had beaten the Bills in the regular season, and they were leading 24-7 against the Bills at the end of the first half. They didn't close the deal. The Bills smoked them in the second half, and that counts too. But I would have been worried. I wouldn't have felt like it was a done deal. I would have probably picked the Bills to beat New England, but it would have been something that I would have not felt totally confident in. I don't know if the snowstorm would have helped that either, but yeah, I mean, it is funny also they lost to Denver, and then they hired a bunch of Denver coaches away. Come run the defense, and if you want the offensive coordinator for that as well. It was a generally easy path for what you feel like you'll probably face in the future.
803-0550 to join us.
I think the Patriots' first two games, by the way, I think Jacksonville's their second opponent. They go third opponent. They go at Seattle, home Pittsburgh, at Jacksonville. That's New England's first three games of the season.
I think New England's going to be very good. Their schedule is much tougher. I think they'll be a much better team that maybe wins 3 fewer games. Right? Isn't that very possible?
Sure.
They walked to a very easy schedule. Now they have a very difficult one.
I mean, 3 fewer wins would be 11?
Yes. And I think they'll be a very good 11-win team.
Yeah, I mean, they have something that they are maybe even going to be better at this year that is tough to have in the game today, where everybody is trying to limit you making big plays. They're the best big play throwing team in the league. Mm-hmm. And they then just went out and added A.J. Brown, who's also really good at that. So that's a skill, and they have it. I guess I don't know how much better they'll be at. The things they weren't necessarily great at last year was like running the ball and protecting Drake May. And are they going to be substantially better in those areas? They probably should be a little bit better. They made some additions on the line. If they can get better there, then I think they could be a better team and not have as good of a record.
We'll see. They come in week 4?
Week 4. Yep.
Week 4. Where will the two teams be at that point? It was week 5 last year, right? Early on, it was week 5, and that's where the season kind of shifted to, wait a minute, now you're behind them.
Right. Yeah, that game. That is the play of that game that still lives in my mind is May stiff-arming Daquan Jones. Right? It was Jones. Gets away, finds Diggs. Was that a third down?
It was like a hole shot, yeah.
But it wasn't kind of a broken play because he scrambled away. No, there's a hole shot too.
The pressure came so quick. You're right. You're right. There was the hole shot afterwards.
I think there were a couple plays on that drive.
It wasn't really a scramble so much as it was the pressure. Jones got through right away.
Yeah.
And May shoved him down and got a pass off probably to Diggs.
Yeah. New England had the ball tie game with 2:17 to go. That play that I think he's getting chased away, is 2nd and 9, maybe? No, it was 1st and 10. No, it wasn't. Yes, I think it was 2nd and 9. But whatever. Massive play in that game. And the Bills would have been in much better shape to win the division had they won it. Would you take a split with them right now?
No,
right?
No, probably not.
You want to think you could beat them twice.
Yeah, I take my chances to think you could beat them twice. What's more likely? You beat them twice or they beat you twice?
I would say the Bills beating them twice.
Is more likely?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I guess it all depends on like how much A.J. Brown gives them and also
how much DJ Moore gives the Bills.
Yeah. That's a big part of it, is it not? Like
it is, yeah. I don't know. I don't know how much better. I guess I don't know this about the Bills either. Like, how much better is their defense? I feel like the Bills' biggest weakness last year was their ability to do anything that wasn't short through the air down the field. And I feel like the Patriots, it was protecting their quarterback and running the football. And I feel like from DJ Moore, the Bills got better there, and I don't think New England is really all that different.
Oh, I do. I mean, they drafted another offensive lineman. They added much better receivers to make it so teams probably can't send the same numbers. Aren't you going to have to pay more attention to who they have in the passing game?
I think May's good at dealing with that pressure, but I don't know.
I think
like,
you have to say,
is Brown better for that than Diggs is? Brown's a better receiver,
I think
for sure.
I think you have to say that May is great at dealing with that.
Yes,
He's pretty much great at, so far,
everything.
He's great at almost everything.
Except playing in the playoffs. Because he wasn't very good in the playoffs.
Well, in the playoffs, he played, who was their first game against? The Chargers. They beat the Chargers. And then he beat Houston in a game that was kind of just ugly because Houston's defense is real nasty. And then, Denver's a game they did not look very good, but they didn't have to score.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, they scored 16, 28, 10, and 13. And maybe the 28, there was even a defensive touchdown in there.
Yeah. He played the two best defense. He did play the three best defenses in the playoffs.
He did.
Houston, Denver, Seattle. And did not look particularly good against any of the three. And Allen, how did he look against Denver? He turned it over 4 times. Was it 5 times? 4 times. One of those was a goofy interception. Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number. 6 weeks till the start of training camp. 6 weeks from today, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 weeks from today. Mm-hmm. Get out to St. John Fisher for one of 7 practices.
There are a couple of hockey rumors from Pierre LeBrun in the last little bit here. One of them is a guy that I think would be really interesting to the Sabres, Hischier in New Jersey, who I think is a popular idea. The extension getting done between him and the Devils, LeBrun says that they are working to get it done. The intent and the motivation is to get it done. And if that's the case, there will be great disappointment on a long list of teams that have been monitoring the situation closely. I can't imagine the Sabres are not on that list. Like, Lindy Ruff named this guy captain and has compared him to Pekka in the past. So we'll see if he shakes loose.
We've also got some big news out of Toronto. They have named their new head coach.
Okay,
Jim
hold
Hiller.
on. Who is it?
Jim Hiller.
Okay, so it's not one of the 37
Not a
hockey
recycled
men.
name.
Not one of the 37 guys allowed to be a coach in the NHL.
Yeah, because I don't think I can tell you where Jim Hiller is coming from.
Jim Hiller.
He had a stint with the Kings at one point. He's been a coach in the league before. Let me see.
As a head coach? Right, he was the He was the head coach of the Kings for the last, year? Was it just 1 year?
I think so. He had sort of a year where
2 years.
Right, yeah. He kind of came in and then they kept him on for a little while and that sort
he
of
got fired in March.
Right, he got fired in March when they kind of flamed out, and then so the Leafs are the first to go on that list of teams that have needed a coach. That's big. That's going to probably start a bit of a chain reaction here of teams hiring coaches. It sounds like the Oilers are pretty much ready to go on Babcock whenever the NHL clears them.
Man.
So
there was a report about that recently and this would maybe speak to the top players were thinking about this differently. There was a report that agents of guys on that team are not on board Like, there are players on that team that are not on board with this hire.
He gets the job and they're going to want to get out.
And that there are agents that are going to tell their players you should not go there because he is now getting hired. So, but what players? Like, right, would you imagine that they hire him without checking in with McDavid and Draisaitl?
No.
Aren't the players that would have a problem the guys that play, like, on the third line?
Yes.
Right.
But that's the point. Like, it's going to be difficult for them to get guys that would play on that third line because no one's going to want to do that because those are the players that are notoriously destroyed mentally by Mike Babcock.
Exactly.
Right. This guy, by the way, the Leafs just hired, Hiller, was his assistant coach in Toronto for 4 years.
Yeah, he has experience in Toronto with this core, so that's interesting. Under Babcock.
Yeah, Babcock guy. LeBron also says there's interest around the league in Patrick Laine. Interest you at all?
Is he going to help your power play?
Specialist.
Yeah, right.
But he kind of plays where Tage does.
Yes.
So you want to move Tage down? You want to move it around?
Do the USA thing?
Played 5 games last year.
Right.
And does not stay healthy.
I mean,
but he's probably very cheap. Here's your power play specialist. The year prior, he scored 20 goals in 52 games, and 15 of them were on the power play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a power play guy.
So if he goes, why? Do I want to go this far down the road? I don't. No. I'm not.
I don't think he fits with what
I was going to say, if you were going to use him on the power play in Tage's spot, does Tage now go? Well, okay,
Tage is moving to maybe where he played in the Olympics.
I was just going to say, is that your left side of the power play where it's Laine and Tage, like they ran Eichel and Tage at the Olympics?
Sure.
There's a point to be made there. Like, Tage did fine down on that spot. And again, the fact that they can, like, move.
Yep.
And you've got a little bit more. I'd be surprised. Yarmo wouldn't.
Yarmo also, I think, traded for him when he was in Columbus.
I was just going to say, like, Yarmo would know him well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
4 years he was in Columbus. Yarmo might have been gone when he left, but he traded who to get him? Dubois, right?
I think
was that the trade? I think he made a big trade to get Laine. It's on the list of like the aggressive things that he's done.
Yeah.
Because he was when he was in Winnipeg, he was like a great player for a time.
When Yarmo traded him, right? He had multiple 20-goal seasons with the Blue Jackets. He's young.
Yep.
And Laine was a revelation at 19 years old.
It was him and Matthews came in the same year, and it was like, holy crap!
And he's just definitely not kept up that pace.
No, he's had issues with mental stuff, and I just don't know that he's one of these guys that's probably supremely talented and could be one of the best players on the planet, but doesn't really love the game that much, and just kind of does his thing.
Yeah, Yarmo traded. It was Pierre-Luc Dubois to get him,
and a pick for Roslovic and Laine.
Yep.
Did you guys see Mitch Marner on mental health yesterday? The clip going around?
Very good.
He was asked about the dark days in Toronto. And, man, like, it was a very human answer.
Mm-hmm.
Did I send it to you? I sent it to you. We'll play it here. It's a very human answer from Marner because I think sometimes in, like, the jousting of the gladiator sports, it's like, oh, he's taking a shot at us and our fans. And then, 2 weeks later, after another hit piece was written about him in Toronto, he explains what it was like those dark days, and I thought the answer was a lot more like, oh, okay, like I guess it was pretty tough for you out there.
Or if now is probably the time you want to discuss it, but you said at Media Day about the dark times. Is there something you want to elaborate on that? And then if not, just how much did this room and this group kind of, I guess, eradicate those dark days you were going through?
Yeah. I think I just, when I said that, I think mental health is a super important thing to me. It really is. I've been really trying to take care of my mental health probably for the last 5 years or so. And I'm really thankful that I had some unbelievable teammates around me in Toronto that I was able to talk to, express myself. Again, like I said, my family, my brother, my mom, dad, my wife. There was some really dark moments there that, the thought of playing hockey was, really tough, honestly, in a lot of ways. Was just a dark kind of vibe, dark hole in a way. And I'm very thankful, like I said, that I had people around me, teammates that, asked me how I was doing and knew that I was going through something that I could talk to. So, I just think it's really important to always check in on your friends, your family, people around your mental health. I think it's a thing that, in this day of age now, it gets talked about, but I think still overlooked in a lot of ways. I think a lot of us, are addicted to the social media aspect of things. You're seeing a lot of comments, seeing a lot of things about yourself. I think, tried to check myself out of that in the last 2 or 3 years, really, just try to get off of it, try to get away from it. I think that's helped in a lot of ways, but yeah, I don't know. I think you always just you gotta be able to talk about it too. You gotta be, people want you around. That's what I always say. People want you in their life. You should never be afraid to talk about your emotions and talk about your fears and what you're going through. So,
crediting his teammates and how that sounds like O'Reilly level didn't want to play hockey anymore.
Right. Yeah. I don't know how I don't know what anyone thought that would be about other than exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Like, everybody freaked out when he made that comment about, like, well, I had some dark times. Like, yeah, guys, why do you think he left? What do you think happened? Yeah, of course he did. And, like, him saying that he did is not some sort of massive issue that you need to take umbrage with. If you're in Toronto, you think he's, like, pointing a finger at you. Like, he's just talking about why he did what he did. I don't know why everybody seemed to be so up in arms about that up, a couple hours north of us here. But they really hated that he said he had dark times. It's like, yeah, man, I don't know.
He cared.
Yeah, sorry. He was a hometown kid and you all hated him. So, yeah, it was dark. What do you want him to say?
Yeah.
I don't know. That whole thing is a bit of a joke up there.
Yep. It is like, it's also, I don't know, we get not younger and younger athletes, but Wembanyama's catching flack now for not shaking hands, right? And Wembanyama's a villain. And there's a viral clip going around now. People have unearthed Kobe talking about LeBron not shaking hands as a young guy. And Kobe's like, I don't see the big deal. Doesn't matter. We're all competitive. We're all human. He's mad. He's frustrated. He's mad and he went and he didn't shake hands. Like, who cares?
If you don't like a guy, you're going to look for reasons not to like the guy.
Yeah.
That's a lot of it.
That's pretty much it.
In both of those guys' cases, I would say. Marner, same thing. Like, Leafs fans dunking on him because he had 1 point in the final 3 games. You're just searching for something to grab onto to blast the guy because you don't like him anymore. That's it. It's like 90% of it.
Yeah. I wonder how this goes with Tuck. If Tuck does leave, and he gets cheered when he comes back, right? No doubt about that. There won't be any sort of, you left right when it got good, you left for the money. Why didn't you?
Does it goes to the Lightning?
I was going to say, does it depend where he goes? If he goes to the Blackhawks,
fine. He'll get cheered.
That's okay.
That's fine.
You ran for the money.
Yep.
If he goes to Tampa,
you're not getting cheered.
If he goes to Tampa,
you're not getting cheered.
How about this? The Sabres, how they look on the Tuck deal based on where he goes. Seattle, Chicago, whatever, have a good time.
Right.
Tampa, Florida.
San Jose could even be that too. Like
San Jose.
They're different. They're maybe actually going to be good, but it's the same thing. Like, oh, this team that has been bad with a ton of cap space.
Yeah, if it's Tampa or Florida, of course there's the conversation about like tax dollars, but it would be a little bit more of like, should we have done that? Those teams get respect. Those teams they do smart things.
Right.
Should we have done that if they give him 7 years and $70 million? Should we have done that? I just feel like who signs him matters. It used to be when a Bills player left, it was good riddance, and then he goes to the Patriots, and it's like, wait a minute. They know what they're doing over there. And it didn't often materialize into something really bad other than Gilmore. Patriots went out and got Reggie Gilliam from the Bills and Chris Hogan and Mike Gillislee. And, whenever they would get a player, it would instantly be like, they must know something.
Does it have to be a team we emotionally care about, or could it be any team that's good?
I would say any team that is given the benefit of the doubt is making smart moves. What if he goes back to Vegas? I'm sure they don't have the room.
But see, that would be different. Like, I don't think he gets booed then if he comes back, having gone to Vegas.
Sure, I'm a little off of the booing and a little more.
Yeah. Because I don't. The booing would only be emotional. Like he went to Toronto, and I don't like that.
Fair. Yeah, I don't anticipate booing if he does leave. It's just a matter of how will we look at whether or not they should have done it.
I do believe that it would matter for that. I think you're right. Like, if he goes to any of those teams, any team that thinks they're going to win the Stanley Cup, not a team that's trying to turn it around from being bad to getting good, which is what a Chicago or a San Jose or whoever like that would fit the description of. But if he goes to like a Tampa or a Vegas, some team that's already a winner, then I'm going to feel like this is what good teams do. Because guess what? They're going to sign Tuck to a giant money deal, and in 5 years when he's not as good anymore, they're going to find a way to get him off the roster.
Yeah.
And why can't I do the same thing? Like that's going to be my attitude if a team like that pays for and signs him. I guess what are the odds, though, that a team like that pays him the big dollar? Seattle or San Jose or Chicago giving him $11 million a year. That doesn't sound crazy, and that would very obviously be, why did you do it? Well, you're looking to cash out. If you go to Vegas or Florida or Tampa and you only sign for like $9.5 million a year, are we going to be doing math on what the tax breakdown is then? Like, I feel like that will less be, well, you went to cash out. Like, no, you maybe didn't get as much as you wanted. You went to a team because you think they have a better chance of winning, is what that might feel like. And what it might feel like to me, if he signed in Tampa for $9 million a year, I think that would hurt a lot.
You want a new rumor?
Sure. Yes.
Kevin Weeks, moments ago, 2 minutes ago.
Was it a picture of a city in a?
No.
Okay. It was like a definitive rumor.
Per sources, I think we might have mentioned this name before, but I haven't seen such a reputable name say it. Another name getting plenty of attention is Mason McTavish. Of the Ducks.
Mm-hmm.
Skill, grit, upside, teams are calling. It would have to be a quality hockey trade.
Does he say anything about what they want?
Hockey trade.
Hockey trade.
So is that like...
He was the 3rd overall pick 5 years ago.
Yes, and he has a career high of 52 points in 76 games. 17 to 22 goals as a regular, a center.
I like the player, but he is adding to a position that I already have a surplus in.
I was just going to say, am I redundant? And can I apply the goalie phrase we've been using to the centers? The muddy middle? Like, how much am I going to work unless it's going to be a guy that's clearly at the top of the lineup, like Mason McTavish? I have, not to say they're the same player, I have Ryan McLeod to score me 17 goals at center, right? Mm-hmm. Is McTavish more complete? Fine. Like
he has more upside because he's younger.
For
probably.
sure.
You might hope there's another level.
For sure. But like I have a lot of redundancy at center.
Right.
But if you send 2 out and bring 1 in, I don't know. He's young.
It's not quite a muddy middle. It might be like a muddy above average.
Fair.
Because I think their centers are good, but they don't have an elite center unless you want to put Tage in that category, which I think might be fair to do. But that's it. Like everybody else is pretty good. And then you have your question marks about like how good Oslin and Hellenius will be. McTavish kind of fits that description for me. Like he's played more. He's played 300 games in the league. But why am I trading for him? Because I'm hoping that he's going to be a lot better than he's already been. And I already have 2 centers that I've got my fingers crossed. Like, okay, these guys are going to be amazing players. So I think he fits much more for other teams. Minnesota comes to mind, like needs center. Like I don't think I need to be in that bidding.
No, you want to be on Larkin instead of on this idea.
I think.
Absolutely. Even though Larkin is older, but whatever. Like
he's established and he's definitively great.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. Not the guy. I don't need another guy that could become great. I already have guys like that.
Mason Dale McTavish. Guy that was
Dale?
Dale. Born in Switzerland. Plays for Canada. Team Canada. 803-0550. If you have a thought you want to throw our way, we're happy to have it here on WGR.
For more comfort,
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
At the end of the season, is there a road to Joe Brady getting credit as being one of the best play callers in the sport? I mean, I sometimes I think it's tough to get that when your quarterback is Josh Allen, but Brady himself could go through some growth, or I guess feel like, I want to use the word artistry, right? If he likes the jet sweeps and the trick plays and the hook and ladders, like they use those in desperation, and there were a couple times they backfired, and McDermott would kind of, put his foot down about it being cute. I just wonder if now
Yeah.
that Brady is like at the top of the food chain, if he might feel a little bit more artistic freedom in that spot.
I think that's certainly a path that could unfold here, and I'd expect that to be the case. And Joe Brady, it's his chance. This is his shot to be an NFL head coach, and what an opportunity. He's got Josh Allen in his prime as his quarterback, and so I would hope that Joe Brady feels empowered and has creative ideas that he wants to implement as part of his legacy and his resume, right? That this is his chance to do it, and expectations are high. And that's kind of the fascinating dynamic of Joe Brady taking this job. He's a rookie head coach, and those situations are not all equal. I mean, Jeff Hafley and Clint Kubiak are both rookie head coaches with the Raiders and Dolphins. Nobody expects anything from those teams. They go out and win 5 games this year. That's what they're supposed to do. The Bills have to go be one of the best teams in the league, go on a deep playoff run, challenge for the East, challenge for the AFC. And, Joe Brady, if I'm going to have that opportunity, I'm going to want to do it my way. And I'm excited to learn what that means for Joe Brady because, I mean, even at LSU, there was he was the co-offensive coordinator. And in Carolina, kind of a limited offensive personnel and Matt Rule and, whatever influence he had. And he gets to Buffalo and, it feels like maybe Sean McDermott had, his hand on that quite a bit. This is his chance to see what it looks like and being fully aware of the range of outcomes could be all over the place.
it. I was like, all right, great. Get ready for next season. Yeah, it obviously wasn't the most fun thing in the world to be sitting on the sideline last year, but if you start attacking it early and start getting onto it early, it gives me the best chance to be out there week 1 for this year.
Michael Hoyt. He had a good 6-7 quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Back this year. We'll see how it goes.
We do have one high-profile holdout in the league.
In the NFL?
Yeah.
Baker?
I guess we have 2.
Okay. Baker, I don't know if he's holding out.
He's like not really holding out, but I
Yeah.
guess they're on the same team.
Okay. It's going to be a Bucks player.
Not reporting to minicamp, contract related.
Godwin?
Searching for a new deal. Nope. He will be fined for sitting out mandatory minicamp. or he can
Bucky
be fined.
Irving.
No, there's a lot of injury questions with him, though. He's still not cleared for contact from an injury he got in the regular season last year.
All right. Who is it?
Vita Vea.
Oh, okay.
Entering the final year of a 4-year deal. He is not at minicamp, and it is being reported that it is contract related.
What's his current AAV?
His current AAV, Spot Trek was down a second ago. They still are. Hold on 1 second. I'll find a different cap site. He is, this year, costing the Bucks $17 million.
Yeah, he needs a raise.
Yeah, $17 million, and he's in the final year of the deal. 31 years old. He's amazing.
Yep.
He's still amazing.
And they can restructure and save like almost $8 million in cap.
He, I think, fits perfectly the nose tackle role that many look at the Bills and say, I don't know that they really have that guy. Right? Like Deion Walker even. Like he's got the body for it, but is he the perfect type of player for that? Like many would say no. Dwayne Carter putting on 30 pounds to be able to play that position, which he hasn't really played before.
Yeah.
Oliver doesn't play that spot. Like, I don't know that they need a nose tackle per se, but this dude is like next to Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence is like the best in the league at it. So, I don't know, just an idea. He's great. I don't know why the Bucks would not just pay him. They're still trying to win.
His cap hit this year, Vita Vea, is big, $22 million.
Yep.
But again, a restructure, you could save a lot. So I'm not sure the Bucks need to restructure. Baker's an interesting litmus test on paying quarterbacks. He's definitely good.
Yes.
Every other year. He kind of has one of those every other year. There's good, there's bad, there's limits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder about him.
Well, the big question about him right now, and I think he got snippy about this yesterday, was that he has durability problems and that he takes too many hits. And he really only missed the 1 year when he was in Cleveland. He didn't even miss. He just played through bad injuries, and he performed poorly because of it. Maybe that's the question, is he's tough enough that he's going to play through all of it, but he's very clearly limited. Like, remember Roethlisberger at times in his career? Like, the guy's playing through it. Oh, he's tough, but he's also not playing as well because he's very clearly limited. And he did not like that notion. Baker didn't. He's good. I think you should pay him. He's good enough. If your team, I think my line in the sand on any quarterback would be, if my team is perfect around this guy, can I win the Super Bowl?
And Baker is a yes.
And there are some guys that
perfect
answer
around
would
him.
be no. I cannot win the Super Bowl with Jacoby Brissett. I think if my team is perfect around him.
Yeah.
But if Baker's my quarterback and I have a great defense, great weapons, and a great line, yes, I can absolutely win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's probably right. A lot would have to go right.
Like Darnold, maybe.
Yeah.
Same tier. If enough goes right around him, I could do it.
Yeah. I think that's probably right. Calvin Johnson, meanwhile, was talking about his receiving record. It's like 1,967 yards is the all-time receiving mark. Mm-hmm. And then he thinks Puka will break his mark, his single-season mark, and maybe get to 2,000 yards. That Puka will do it. And he said...
Oh, right, the single-season mark.
Yep, single season. And he said it would be cool to see somebody do it, break his record. Jamar Chase, of course, has been close.
Hill came close, right?
Yeah, you have a couple that have gotten close. The record in 16 games for Calvin Johnson is 1,960. I had it right here. Meanwhile, Cooper Kupp got to 1947 in 17 games. Jefferson got to 1809. But will somebody do it? Eventually, I want to say yes, somebody will. Like, could we have a 2,000-yard receiver in a season? Sure. I think so.
Puka came within 300 yards. He got to 17-15.
Yeah. I mean, Kupp got 17 yards away, granted in 17 games. Calvin Johnson did 1964 in 16 games.
Could have found that guy 17 more yards.
I guess not.
At some point to break that record. But passing's a little down still, right, from where it was 5 years ago.
Well, that's the thing. So Joe Marino said something today with us earlier that was correct, but it depends how you do it. Was 2024 the highest scoring season in Bills history? Yes. Per game? No. It wasn't. They scored more points per game earlier in the Josh Allen era. Points per game. Points in a season, you get a full another game to do it in 17 games. So, you decide, what was their highest scoring season? Is the one where they accrued the most points or the highest points per game? Anyway, we don't have to quibble over that. But what I was getting at is the idea of, like, passing down. What's really down are possessions. Everybody's about efficiency. Everybody's about a lot more plays, right? Limiting explosives, force teams to go 12 plays on you. The Bills' offense, part of the reason it's good is because they've been pretty good at doing that kind of thing. And I saw yesterday a look at all of the seasons since like 2016 and how many points were scored. And the one thing that truly set 2020 apart? Like 2020 exists in the NFL as this year where all the points got scored and we'll never go back to that era. The thing that happened was they called way fewer holding penalties. That's like, is that the only thing? Probably not. You didn't have training camps the same way, right? But holding penalties were way down, and pass interference penalties were up. So offense has got endless advantages. Calls on you, not on us. And the league kind of went bonkers on points. So anyway.
The Bills, but the record last year was the touchdown record. 65 touchdowns last year.
Okay, in 17 games.
Would you bet they break that this year? Will they score one more touchdown than they did last year? That would be 66 touchdowns. I mean, you think the offense could be better?
Hold on, give me the schedule.
Hold on.
Can I get to 66 touchdowns? All right, ready? Write this down.
Houston.
2.
Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, pen and paper would be good to have here.
2.
All right.
Lions. 4.
Okay.
4.
Oh.
Home debut, short week, Lions, shootout, 4. Chargers, 4.
Okay, we're up to 10. It's a good start.
Patriots, 3.
Okay.
Rams.
Careful now.
I know.
They're good. Myles Garrett.
3.
3.
You can still get to 30 points and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, you can. That'd be great. That'd be great performance.
Raiders, 4.
We have to go 7. 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ravens, 3. Vikings, 2. Jets.
Who did you say have 2 against?
Vikings.
Yeah, they have a good defense.
They have a good defense on the road, and it's in prime time, 2.
Right. Now Aaron Glenn's Jets.
5.
Will they record an interception this season? People are wondering.
Dolphins,
10.
4.
Okay.
Chiefs, 3. Those games are always lower
It's
scoring.
always going to be 24-20.
24-20. Book
Exactly,
it, always.
100%.
At the Patriots, 2.
Okay.
At the Packers, 2. Christmas. No, it's not Christmas. Never mind. It's a night game, Sunday night. 2. Bears, 4. Shootout. Fun game. Broncos on Christmas at Denver, 2. Dolphins, 4.
Okay.
Jets finale wrapped up, not working too hard. Is this like a Kyle Allen 5-touchdown game? It might be. 3.
Okay.
The fun thing is, I didn't.
You don't know if you
I
have
did
them
not
setting
do
a
the
record?
thing that Howard does, where he's just like, I think I'm going to find my way to 11-6.
Right. He's got a target number that he wants to work
I was doing
towards.
it like when you're golfing and you don't know your score. I have no idea what that added up to. So the number
What do you feel like it added up to?
I have absolutely no idea.
No concept whatsoever?
No concept at all. Should I have given them a 1-touchdown game? Maybe. I have absolutely no idea.
Should you have given them a 7-touchdown
I'm guessing
game?
I averaged about 4 touchdowns a game, a little under 4, call it 3.5. And for
Mm-hmm.
17 games, that's going to be, I bet I have them at like 62.
You have them at 54.
Wow.
So you have them at 11 touchdowns fewer than what they had.
Didn't that
last
sound
season.
like a lot of touchdowns?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be more. And then I started realizing as I'm counting them up, like, oh, we're already at like week 11, and you've only got them at like 37. Like, this is not trending well.
I'm too low.
Well, I think part of why maybe it feels low is they don't really have many games where they score 1 touchdown, right? That doesn't often happen to them.
Mm-hmm.
But once, how many times a year? Twice? How many times they've had a 6-touchdown game? Because you didn't have one of those, right? Did you ever even get to 5? You got to 5 once.
Jets.
They've had 6-touchdown games, haven't they?
Oh, yeah. I wanted to go Rams 6-touchdown game, but they have Myles Garrett, and that might be scary.
I mean, will they
That
go?
could be a shootout.
The idea that I think, that's 42 points. Now, I mean, I think
They've done it.
they will have a game this year where they score 6 touchdowns. Yeah, they will.
So if you're just joining us, Howard picks the Bills is over. Jeremy picks the touchdowns.
Jeremy
is
picks
in.
the touchdowns.
I'm not even picking wins and losses.
Just the touchdowns.
Just touchdowns.
Yeah. 11 short. Wow. What a disappointment.
I can't even believe it. Well, now
We are furious if they score 54 touchdowns.
Now I can recalibrate. How many touchdowns would 54 have ranked last year?
I could find that. I was already on my way to figure out how many touchdowns that would be like by season for Allen.
Yeah. Complete touchdowns. Anyway.
54 touchdowns last year. Now they're giving me players.
Yeah, whatever.
I'll get to it. I'll get it to you in extendo.
One quick thing from Joe Brady's sit-down interview with Matt Perino. Jerry Ostrowski just texted me this little nugget in here that one of the things he said was, you find me a coach that's a good golfer, then you won't find me a good coach. 2 things. Joe Brady was on the team that thought they won at the media tournament for a while, but he says they didn't use many of his shots. And the other thing I would ask is, what about a GM? I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can be good at golf and be good at other things. I'll let you know if I ever find out, if I ever get good enough at golf to think I'm good at 2 things.
54 would have ranked 6th last year in the NFL.
All right, the 6th ranked offense.
Oh, what better than that?
Yeah, same. Wait till you see the number of field goals they get.
Tyler Bass is going to set records this year.
Extendo Sports on the way. At the end of the season, is there a road to Joe Brady getting credit as being one of the best play callers in the sport? I mean, I sometimes think it's tough to get that when your quarterback is Josh Allen, but Brady himself could go through some growth, or I guess feel like, I want to use the word artistry, right? If he likes the jet sweeps and the trick plays, the hook and ladders, like they use those in desperation, and there were a couple times they backfired, and McDermott would kind of, put his foot down about it being cute. I just wonder if now that Brady is like at the top of the food chain, if he might feel a little bit more artistic freedom in that spot.
I think that's certainly a path that could unfold here, and I'd expect that to be the case. And Joe Brady, it's his chance. This is his shot to be an NFL head coach, and what an opportunity. He's got Josh Allen in his prime as his quarterback, and so I would hope that Joe Brady feels empowered and has creative ideas that he wants to implement as part of his legacy and his resume, right? That this is his chance to do it, and expectations are high, and that's kind of the fascinating dynamic of Joe Brady taking this
Thinking
job.
Joe
as a rookie
DiBiase
head
for a
coach.
Waken 180.
Those
having a
situations are not all equal. I mean, Jeff Hafley and Clint Kubiak are both rookie head coaches with the Raiders and Dolphins. Nobody expects anything from those teams. They go out and win 5 games this year. That's what they're supposed to do. The Bills have to go be one of the best teams in the league, go on a deep playoff run, challenge for the East, challenge for the AFC. And, Joe Brady, if I'm going to have that opportunity, I'm going to want to do it my way. And, I'm excited to learn what that means for Joe Brady, because I mean, even at LSU, there was he was a co-offensive coordinator, and in Carolina, kind of a limited offensive personnel, and Matt Rule, and whatever influence he had, and he gets to Buffalo, and it feels like maybe Sean McDermott had his hand on that quite a bit. This is his chance to see what it looks like, and being fully aware of the range of outcomes could be all over the place.
We're 2 hours away from Portugal.
Your pick to win.
Yeah. Let's go. I couldn't find my jersey today. I looked for it. I get dressed in the dark, of course. I turned the lights on, looking for my jersey. I can't find it.
No.
I've had it for 2 months. Where is it? I just reorganized my closet, so anyway.
Jeremy, meanwhile, the only one sitting in our pool is 0 points still.
Gonna get 3 today. I'll get 6 today.
It would be incredible if they didn't.
Ghana plays today. I've got that.
Yeah, you should get something.
Algeria, tough first match against Argentina. They'll pick up some points. And then Curacao, well, we'll see in our pool. Portugal against Congo today, noon.
Mm-hmm. Love a good noon start. Oh, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
What?
Coverage starts at noon.
Oh, okay.
I think it should be illegal. I think it should be illegal.
That should be illegal to do that to me.
Really, your movie theater hate over the years, that's kind of what the showtime is. The movie should be telling coverage of the Odyssey starts at 7 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 o'clock. Portugal and Congo.
What else? This song is great. I'm going to crank this on the way home today. Don't you just want to watch Portugal now?
I definitely want to watch soccer. That's for sure.
Then I'll be all over England today, too.
Where is that game? Portugal and...
Portugal's game is...
good old Houston Stadium, of course.
Yes.
Legendary Houston Stadium.
NRG.
England, Croatia in Dallas. Ghana and Panama in Toronto. That's 7 o'clock. You can make it. Drive up.
For Ghana? Go see the Black Stars?
Yeah, Ghana and Panama. That's a fine game. What do we think? What's the tickets on that?
Show me ticket price. Time to get real. Time to get spontaneous. Time to get stupid.
Let's see. 7 o'clock tonight. Toronto Stadium. $556.
No.
Canadian, though, right?
It's not that bad.
That's
We're
not bad.
back tomorrow. See you then.